Wow, you guys actually got quiet this time. The last summit we did in the middle of COVID. That was exciting. And no matter what I said or how hard I tried, people were so excited to socialize and engage and network that nobody would ever stop talking. So my name is Kurt Sorensen. I am the president and founder of Diagon Systems. If you look at your agenda, Paul Showalter was supposed to be presenting this morning. Sadly, his wife has COVID. He was exposed and therefore didn't think it was responsible to put him in a room with 150 people. And he's kind of a hugger. It would be bad. So forgive me if this is not necessarily my specialty. He's in the field much more than I am, but I'm sure I can stumble along. I've been providing builder training for roughly 10 years now. This is what we do, and many of you in the room have kind of seen me before. But if you have been around Builder, recognize that this is just an overview. This is the 101 class. We have another 2 days of other materials and a lot of panels, and I wanted to make sure that if you were new to the Builder community, you could have a day that was just for you to say, hey, no stupid questions. Can I just explain it like I'm 5? Give me all the easy stuff so that the next 2 days you can follow along and actually get a lot more value out of the material. As extra motivation for, this is time well spent. I have on the screen a copy of a White House memo from a few years ago that was talking about all federal real property needs to have certain things done to make sure that they are, maintained. Proactive life cycle management with, standards and policies, and they used a lot of the same language that is in Builder. So know that there is a chance that the entire federal space may move to this product. Searle is going to be here tomorrow, and they're going to talk about some of the agencies that are involved, but we have Department of Energy, Department of Defense, Department of Commerce, State Department, and not just federal agencies, but also there are other non-federal groups working with Builder. So this is a huge momentum into this kind of more analysis, statistical-based methodologies for managing federal real property. If you have not already, there is a Wi-Fi in the hotel that you can all join. When you stay here, they give you a little card that says, "This is our super secret password, please don't share it." So it's Babe Ruth. One of the key values of this meeting, I consider it kind of a user group, just a opportunity to get everybody in the same room, is the networking. So we take it seriously. We recognize that there's a lot of desire to talk to other agencies, talk to other contractors, see what's going on, who's got something new to talk about. The nice thing about this setup and configuration is we have a room that's 100% dedicated to us. So don't feel shy. If you have another meeting, go out, grab a corner, grab a chair. That's our lobby. There also is an outside courtyard that you can exit through the doors and get some fresh air. There's going to be no offense, especially for people that know Builder and you're looking at the 101, go out, walk around, stretch your legs, have a sidebar conversation. This is the first time that we have dedicated this much energy to our remote participants. I would usually just start a screen share on my computer, let it go, and then, if you're not in the room, you're not in the room. A lot of travel orders are difficult to secure. We have roughly an equal amount of people participating outside of San Antonio as we do in the room. So we have a live stream on YouTube. We also have a WebEx and a Microsoft Teams, because if there isn't something exciting about technology at the federal space, it's not all easy and it's not all done the same. So whatever your appropriate channel is, we should be able to support you. If people are having problems getting online, info@ is a managed, monitored email address, and we'll help you get through that. And it'll also be recorded, and so the live streams will be marked and left up on YouTube. So I mentioned today is the 101. It is the full end-to-end. We typically do a 3-day training course for assessors, but if you said, hey, you should know about this, this is come into your area, or this is something we're looking at, this class is for you. It is to get you understanding what it's trying to accomplish, what are the problems it's trying to solve and what it's not, how to actually get an account, just the types of questions you're going to be asked, permissions, how to log in, basic navigation, and then everybody that has a computer will actually be able to log in and work in Builder. So we're going to add a section, add an inspection, look at photos in the morning. Later this afternoon, it's a little bit more of the kind of central management portion where we're going to talk about standards, policies, how to prioritize the work that's coming out of Builder, how to run those 10-year scenarios, what's the difference between constrained and unconstrained, looking at your data, and then a quick review of the metrics, and then other training resources. A lot of this material has been presented in various ways to different people, but we're trying to give you a one-day overview of everything. In the room, please jump in, ask questions. Like I said, I've been training for 10 years. There are things that occasionally I'll just step through or talk too quickly about. This is meant to be interactive. We actually have wireless microphones, so if you want to raise your hand, Kelly or Justin will come out and bring you a device. And even the people on the remote participants will be able to hear. All right, so everybody know generally what we're doing? Okay. This is not a commercially developed software program. I always like to highlight that Builder is a military Army Corps of Engineers developed program out of the U.S. Army Construction Research Laboratory out of Champaign. This ERDIC Searle team has been working on sustainment since the 70s. It really started with Paver. They said, hey, we have a lot of very valuable assets, our planes that are landing on runways, and we don't have a very good, consistent methodology for doing inspections, finding out what is the condition of that section of runway, saying, is it good enough or not for this type of plane? So they built out this sustainment management system of Paver first, and they looked how to do a consistent inspection, get a pavement condition index, and then say, this is our cost and this is our plan to remediate. A lot of the elements of Builder are still connected to past of Paver. When you log in and you create equipment, it's created as sections. But all of these domains exist in this family of SMS. So this is Builder focused, but I think it's important to know that the sustainment world is bigger than just our buildings. Dams, aqueducts, fuels, utilities, pavements, roofs. So all of these things exist. Builder is just where we're focusing on this week. Quick preview, that's going to change for next year. So I think it's important to know what it's trying to do and what it's not. The Army Corps of Engineers said, hey, we need to have a more preventative and predictive ability to manage our assets. We're trying to say, if we can go out there, do a consistent inspection, understand what we have, not necessarily just the problems, but understand our full list of equipment, full architectural and mechanical assets. I can do analysis on that, have the clock always be working in your favor to say, hey, I know that I did my inspection last year and it's a little bit worse this year. So analysis with that time-centered life cycle planning and say, hey, I can actually understand what I need to do from a systems perspective, execute it, and have that feedback into the loop. This is trying to say, no matter who you are, if you're out in Guam or if you're in Alabama or if you're anywhere in the world, we can have a consistent data set that stores all of our information, use the same rules to understand what is and what is not doing good enough. This is why this standardized methodology is why I think it was mandated for the DoD, is they said, hey, this is the one chance we have to make something from the Army similar to the Air Force, similar to the Navy, Defense Logistics, Defense Media, Defense Education, Defense Health, all of the agencies, we can have one way. Now, of course, everybody has different standards, which makes it different, but still, at least it's a start. I also want to highlight what it is not. This is not an integrated work management system or a computerized maintenance and management system. This is not trying to say, if I get a cold call, I can use this to dispatch somebody to go out and fix something. Hey, I've got a service request that comes in, somebody's got a leak in their roof, let me get a contract together, let me put it out for bid, let me manage that process. Builder is not trying to do that. If you look at the end cycle, that gray box, it's execution based upon funding. They're saying, what can I do from a data-centric mindset, look at my entire facility set and go out and get that money. This is a budget justification tool set that finally puts, the bookkeepers and the maintenance people speaking the same language. After you get the money and execute, Builder, of course, likes to know that information, but it's not trying to facilitate that as a software program. How it's organized, and you're going to hear these words over and over again. Start from the organizations, and then Builder, you have sites. Those are locations that can have different cost factors, different regions, typically the fence line or an installation. Within that, you have buildings, and then from your building down, it's broken down by uniformat too. So it's systems, components, all the way down to material category and component subtype, which represents a section. This is a theoretical kind of level 5 of uniformat. Uniformat does not have a official ASTM standard blessed level 5. Everybody's a little bit different, but that's why your databases are going to have different types of things because you're special. Department of Energy has different doors than the Department of Education. And I mentioned life cycle, and I think that it's worth repeating no matter how many times. Builder is trying to generate a dollar based upon some statistically relevant plans of life. So, back to our sections, let's say we have a metal door. Everything at that lowest level, that section level, is what has a life cycle curve. If I install that in 2010 and it has a 20-year life, then you'll see that your condition is perfect up here at 2010. Your condition index, or CI, represents how good of a shape am I in. How likely am I to fail? If I'm in perfect condition, brand new metal door, how likely am I to fail just because of age? Very low. And then time happens. It stays near new for roughly a third of its life. And that also represents your interactions with these types of things. Like you look at that wall, you look at that door, even the boiler, man, it's 5 years in and it looks great. Yeah. And then later in that mid-year point, I just turned 46. I'm feeling that ramp down in my own condition, having to change my own diet, change my own exercise. I actually have to do things on purpose. That's not fair. Anyways, so as time happens and you start to have those initial failure points introduced, that little bit of surface rust, the bearings are getting a little loose, the material is showing its age, it's starting to get softer, you lower in your condition. So this condition index is what Builder thinks it behaves like. Now remember, I said Builder's a big picture trying to go out and get that money. Do water heaters fail like this? No. They look perfect. You could wipe the outside of them. They're pristine and they're in basement. And then, boom, they fall off a cliff and they fail. And they fail hard and they're messy. So not everything is going to give you lots of visual indicators of this nice, slow degradation. But what about a roof? You know, you can oftentimes start to see elements failing, especially when it's an asphalt shingle, and you can look at things are getting softer, the tails are coming up, maybe missing shingles, the flashing's loose. So certain things are easier to visually identify in their life cycle than others, but this is how Builder thinks. It's thinking, I'm going to slowly degrade until my end of life, which is your planned design life. I mentioned that this is a metal door that has a 20-year design life, and at that end of 20 years, you're at a condition index of 40. You might think, why not 0, right? If I'm at my end of life, why not 0? Well, end of design life is really, I think, of more of end of reliability. Things happen after you're no longer reliable. My favorite restaurant on the river in Colorado, because that's where we're based out of, is the Mishawaka. And it has been on the riverfront with snow and no maintenance forever, and it's wood, and it continually has access to moisture from the river. So it's actually sagging, and there's trees and plants growing out of the roofs and gutters. It's great. It's a terrible food, but the view's worth it. And you can river raft right by it and throw water on the people eating. But there are things that happen in existence after that CI 40. That roof is more like 20. It is barely there. I would not trust it in a storm. So remember that 40 end of life is not necessarily a guaranteed fail point. It's just, I wouldn't trust it much longer. It's probably something that is, when you see something that's supposed to last 20 years and it's 20 years later, that's that end of design life. Ever make sense? All right. I belabor it because it's important. When I mentioned every section in Builder has its life cycle curve, you might think, well, then all my doors follow the same thing. Well, not all doors are the same. Your roll-up door probably has a different design life. It's going to be different cost. It's going to be different. So it has its own section. Your glass storefront is going to have a different cost, different life cycle, different inspection, all those things. So just because we are looking at doors, remember that your sections are going to be dedicated to everything that's unique. If it has a different year, if it has a different type, then it's going to be managed and monitored separately. So this is exciting. And a lot of systems out there will allow you to put in equipment, your Maximos and all that, and you say, well, I have this chiller. Well, Builder is a little bit different, and it already has an existing database of these are the things we're likely to find. So just within the exterior walls and exterior enclosure, it could be concrete, block, ephes, fiber, glass. Don't you love those 70s glass blocks that they thought were cool? Metal siding, wood siding. So everything has a different design life. Everything can have a different cost. And then how you measure it can be unique. So on the exterior, you're looking at a lot of square feet, but know that it could be inches, gallons, kilowatts, MBH. Builder comes preloaded with every section that you can add. You cannot just freeform type whatever you want. This is important because this allows you to have standardized rules for how you treat what you say is good enough. You might say that my concrete block wall is one thing, I'm not going to worry about it, I don't want to generate work on, but my ephes, man, once you have water start to intrude in that, it can rot your walls from the inside out. I want to maintain that at a different level. So everything can be looked at a little bit differently, but you have to systematically pick what's in your Builder site, what's in that building. And don't forget, you actually have space to put it in. So most agencies are putting in architectural elements and even things that typically don't get maintenance. So Even if it's 50 years old, I can still put in that I have a block wall that's 500,000 square feet in this facility. And I know what it would cost to replace it and when it's supposed to expire. But life doesn't just happen without any implications of real world. That boiler in Alaska probably doesn't last the same amount of time as the boiler in Florida. So there is the opportunity for inspections to happen. So the first step is you say, I do have this door. Now let's go out and physically look at it, inspect it, and see how is it performing today. Builder only uses the most recent inspection. So even if you had something that was done 5 years ago, you go out there and re-inspect, it's going to use the most recent observation as the authority. So it's roughly out here 2022, 2023. I look at that door and I say, well, shoot, I don't think it's up there at a 95. I think it's down here at a 78. We'll let you know how we do that later. But you added an inspection. How the system responds is it says, well, because it was lower in condition than I expected, I'm going to predict a future expiration date. It's no longer a full 20 years. It now only has 17 years of life. So I'm going to plan a replacement activity or money out here in 2027. So your design life, the baseline catalog with its foundations and RS means, does not change. It's always a 20-year design life door, but after you inspect it, you get a remaining service life based upon observation. And really, your inspections do only that. It's just refinement of that life cycle to say, do I need to generate money earlier or later? Now, this is a lower than expected condition. What we're actually finding most often, things last longer than the design life. So most inspections are actually extending life. So if you go look at that door in 2025 and say, man, that metal door has been not exposed to a lot of weather, it's been painted so there's no rust, the hinges are smooth, it's not being abused, locking, closing, all of that is working great. I'm going to put it as a green minus. You bump that up to a higher condition and you get an extension of life. And this is saying, I need money later. Remember that end of the loop of what Builder's trying to accomplish is a systematic financial plan to say, I need to address the deficiencies in my facilities with funds. It knows how expensive they are because of the catalog, and it knows when you're going to need it because of the life cycle. I'm seeing some nods. All right.
Kurt, I have to ask a quick question.
Yeah.
In that example, would remaining service life really be 4, not 17?
Yes. From today. Yeah, your remaining service life would be from today, how many additional years? This is saying your total service life is 17.
Real quick, so you mentioned that it only accounts for the current inspection, right, rating?
The most recent inspection.
The most recent one, so it doesn't do any trending of, it used to be a green only 2 years ago, and now it's tanked down to a, whatever, say the last inspection was green, and then it was amber, and then all of a sudden now it's red plus. Over the course of 5 years, it doesn't consider that that's now demonstrating a much more vertical degradation curve.
By saying that it's red plus, it's already going to accelerate that. But if you could have 10 greens and then a red plus, and it'll use it just as that red plus. So it is just the most recent inspection. And if you think about it, Builder's trying not to guess, and it tries really hard not to do that kind of, a hailstorm, impact from a forklift. it's not always a trend. You know, the life cycle forward, they believe is a trend, but from inspections, they're believing that you are the expert in place with the best knowledge possible. So if you had a foundational assessment 10 years ago and you're like, man, I don't trust that company as far as I could throw them, you go out there, do a reinspection, that past data is still in there, but it's not used for your analysis.
I guess the thing I struggle with is feeling comfortable rating let's say, 15-year-old fire suppression pump. Room, nice bright red still, but it's been there for 15 years. I come along and I rate it, and I'm like, oh, it looks great. Green, now I'm struggling with, well, geez, I just added another 10 years to this pump that may fail in 4. That's the thing that I struggle with, is that trying to make that decision.
So this is a common theme, and I talked about the water heater earlier. It's a good example as well. You know, if you walk up to a 15-year water heater and it looks great, what do you see? What do you expect? So this is everybody, every agency has their own guidelines about what you must do, but from the trainer's perspective, only add an inspection when you add value. Builder knows how long that pump should last. It's of this many capacity, this gallons, it was installed in, this year. So it draws a line and says, I expect an expiration on this date. If you're adding an inspection to refine that condition and to say, this is when I think it's going to expire, only do so when you have insight better than its age. If you're just saying, I know it's a 10-year-old pump, so it's got to be maybe green minus, amber plus, because of its age, well, why even bother? Just let this life cycle do its predictive modeling. RS means and the life cycle design life is well researched and it's provided by organizations, so why not just use it? Now, when you add value is when you add inspections. If you can't see that foundation, if you don't want to look inside and do a chemical test of your water heater, if you're not going to actually open up the backup generator and hear it run and check all the bearings, man, I would say don't inspect. Validate the inventory, make sure that the year is right, make sure that the capacity is right, and then let the life cycle do its work. It's a challenge because a lot of agencies really like there's a button, I'm paying you to go out and look at it, push the button. And I say only push the button for a color if you actually add value. If you don't, let's just say I was out there, leave a comment, and let the life cycle work. It's really hard. We've actually had an agency that went out and we're using colors, but don't worry, we'll get there eventually. Somebody just, on an 80-year-old building, said everything's green. Green minus. And they said, well, it was freshly painted. It was a well-maintained facility, but it just so happened to be 80 years in white. So I'm like, no, it's not green anymore. It can't be. Well, I couldn't see anything wrong. I'm like, okay, but you know there's things wrong, so either get an expert that actually knows about your electrical equipment to say, this is how old it is, this is how much load it's been in, use the tests, or let the life cycle do its work, and don't add inspections that aren't of value.
In Kurt and Nell's cases, because of that knowledge, you can go to the age-based inspection parameters.
Yeah.
Which would probably be more appropriate.
Exactly. So, in any facility, you can have tens, hundreds, or even thousands of sections. Here, just locally, there's a hospital, Joint Base San Antonio, over 1 million square feet, gross square feet. Would you say that hospitals are a high-intensity equipment load? Yeah. So, you can have tons of sections in your facility, and each one has its own condition index. Each one has its own life cycle. So as time happens, you have things that are long-lasting, like your foundations, your exterior walls, your superstructure. And then you have things like carpet, ceiling tile that are replaced often. You have electrical equipment, piping. All of that is individually tracked. This is just an artist rendition. Don't worry, I didn't actually pull data from Defense Health. And then you can roll up the condition index, weight it by cost, and get an overall BCI. So this is your building condition score. It is not a expectation of how much money I need to spend. Now you can generally make some understandings that, hey, if I have a low BCI, I should probably ask for money, but roughly, it is pure condition based upon life cycle. And it's always going to trend down if you have your non-maintained assets in Builder. If you have things like foundations, walls, superstructures, then just know that your BCI is going to go down. I think this is important because we get a lot of people here that have to brief leadership, and if they say, well, my BCI last year was 85, my average BCI this year is 83, like, well, we gave you a bunch of money. You fixed stuff, right? Why are your metrics going down? Well, sir, you haven't decided to demolish all of my old buildings. If you're working with the same general facilities, then your overall organizational BCI will trend down because that's what happens to your buildings. So it's not a judgment on you that things get worse. Time has a bigger impact than your wallet and your maintenance crew. So, if you only put in Builder those things that you maintain, that you sustain, if you only put in your mechanical, electrical, plumbing fixtures, and those things constantly get replaced whenever they reach their end of life, you can reach a steady state of condition. But anytime you include those non-maintained assets, they're going to be pulling you down. They're expensive. That exterior enclosure that you never fix has a big dollar amount. That means that that is going to pull your condition down over time. So, for those that have been, in my training, some of these questions are repetitive, so I apologize, but quick survey. If I said you were walking into a building with a BCI of 75, what would you expect? So, what would you expect as far as the condition side?
Pretty average facility.
A little bit of wear and tear, right? You think, well, that's an incomplete picture. If I tell you that building is now 2 years old and it's a BCI of 75, it's actually on fire. Please exit the facilities from the left and the right buildings, follow out and meet us in the parking lot. You cannot be in a facility that has a brand new exterior enclosure, brand new superstructure, have a BCI that's dropped all the way down to 75 without something dramatically wrong happening. If that building's like the Menger and it was built in 1850 and it's still at a 75, I would eat off of the tables and floors. Like, it's been exquisitely maintained because everything else is crumbling. That means all of your mechanical, electrical must be brand new to be able to raise that up to 75, which might be actually impossible. So, BCI by itself is not enough. You have to consider the condition in relation to its age. There is going to be a natural trend over time, so make sure to include that in your analysis. All right, this is the Survey 101. Now, we're not going to get too far into functionality, but I do want to mention that it's there. We are talking about life cycle and condition and how likely it is for something to fail. But that's not the only story in your facilities. Money spent recently, how much of it has been for efficiency improvements, reduction of utility costs, aesthetics, reconfiguration for a different workforce or a different utilization? Everything in your facility that's not necessarily condition related can be measured in a functional assessment. So this is not systematic, it doesn't go down with time, but you can say, hey, my facility just so happens to be in Southern California with unreinforced masonry. so it does have a risk of failure due to earthquake. It just so happens to have lead in the walls, so we have a contamination issue, and it blocks the cell signal, which everybody that works there hates. It's ugly. The air conditioning is underutilized. Like, so you can assess the functional elements of your facility separate from your condition. You still have to create a score. So you have to weight, create a metrics to say, you know, how many points am I gonna drop for an ugly building? That's up to you. It's configurable for the user. For Defense Health, parking is extremely important because you need to be able to park within a reasonable time and then get to the hospital entrance. For other organizations, maybe parking's not an issue. So this functional assessment is dedicated to be customized to your use, your functional needs. It still generates a score. It doesn't trend down with time, so it only changes when you tell Builder. Lucky for you, every time you put in a facility in Builder and you don't do a functional assessment, it assumes it's 100. So congratulations, all of you that have never done a functional assessment. Every one of your facilities is functionally at 100. When you tell it, it might drop. My father-in-law said, you know, we should just stop testing people for COVID. We would not have to know about the fact that things are getting worse. That's one approach. You know, don't ask for information you don't want. All right, so to actually get into Builder, we pulled up a copy of the USACE's user request form. Typically, you're going to need to provide a person at that organization that approves those users. So your name, your email address is important. That's your user ID, your role, and then access to where in the organization. Just because you are a Builder user for the Air Force does not mean that you have the ability to look at all the data in the Air Force. You can be dedicated to just one organization, just one missile command, or you can be just one site, like Tripler. So it is able to be specifically dropped down to one site. And just because you have access does not mean you have the requirements to change things. So especially if you're beginning or haven't logged into Builder for a while, I would recommend staying at a read-only account when you're looking at live data, because this is expensive. It's expensive to gather, it's expensive to maintain. With basic permissions, you can delete a lot of important information with read-edit privileges. I mentioned that these slides are going to be put on the Summit website, and there's also going to be the training video. Some of it is not necessarily for your consumption now, but for later. These are the 5 different, areas of functionality, and you have 5 different permission types. If you say, I'm just an inventorier, that's it. You get to look at what you have and where you have it. You can add, modify, and delete buildings, sections. You can, if you're an inventory, even at the site, you can create an organization. So it's just that tweaking of what you have. If you're an inspector, you can actually add an inspection and refine that life cycle. Inspection supervisor gets to do all of that, except for they also get to mess with bread files, which we'll talk about in just a minute. Work planners are those that actually get to see, hey, what do I need to do in that facility? What's showing up as a failure point that's asking for money? And then master planners are really changing the rules of the game to say, I'm going to set different standards. Maybe I want to change an inspection that's 6 months old. That's all for the most elevated permission you have, which is a master planner. There is also an admin, but they're the only ones that actually create, modify, and delete users and can change some system elements. Each one of these permissions can be set to read only. So if you have a leadership role, in your organization that wants to be able to see all the standards and policies. They want to actually look at all the work items. They want to look at everything, but be able to modify nothing. They can be a read-only master planner. If you want them to just see inventory and not see anything else, it could be read-only inventory. So, when you ask for your permission, make sure you got the blessing of leadership. You've oftentimes shown some evidence of training if it's not going to be a read-only user, and then know which permission you have the desire for and where in the organization breakdown do you want to be able to look at data. All right, so for those that have a laptop, we have created a username and password for everybody that registered. If you didn't register but your neighbor did, steal their email because guess what? The password's the same for everybody. Not super secure, but that's okay. This is just a playground for training. So buildersummit.net/summit 2023. Builder software, thank you.
Can you go back?
Yep. buildersoftware.net/summit 2023. All right, everybody able to generally get in? buildersoftware.net, or maybe go back to the slides, /summit 2023. Whatever email you use to register for the summit event, or your neighbors if it works. And then your password is Summit 2023. All right, so generally we're able to get in. All right, that's miracle number one. I'm on my way to sainthood. Hey, if Builder does everything you want, when you want it, in a training setting, when you're in front of a bunch of people, that's just magical right there. I've been doing this for a long time, and no matter how slow you think it behaves now or how quirky it is now, you weren't there like Rigo was. He knows what we've all been through. So, this knows who's logged in. You notice that it says, welcome Kurt Sorensen. Your login permissions are already set. So I have this organization, and then I have a site. My site that I see is different than your site. My permission is just dedicated to this one location. So I'm able to mess around and do stuff. It does not change or mess around with any of your data that you log in. So if you want to do things, you actually have to click the buttons yourself. We're all dedicated. Each user has their own site. So you're not going to create something and watch somebody else from across the room delete it. It is disturbing. You have your preferences. The one thing I'll mention is that everything in Builder is actually stored in the metric in the database. I just set my permissions to show SAE because that's what I'm used to. But if you go international, then you can always change that over. You can change passwords, little things like that. If you want to use this and not have everybody in the room able to log in as you can change your password. Basic structure navigation, your top sections is really things that never change. So you can click around, browse, and you're going to always see your work configuration. We're going to talk about that after lunch, all the standards, policies, that sort of thing, your work plan. That's the list of things that are failing your standards. Be able to run a scenario, run some standard reports, and get into your cost books, service life books, and administration. That is always there at the top. What changes is this navigation tree here, based upon a plus and a minus. And then what you select determines what you see in the display window. So if you look at the organization, to your site, to your building, system, component, and finally section. That's the hierarchy, that's the structure of Builder. Everything follows that same hierarchy. You cannot have the building in two different places with the same equipment in two different places without a double counting it. So ownership of where a facility goes in the hierarchy of the, organizations is important. If you have a shared facility and it's like, well, I want to put it in both, it's really, really awkward. Because then it double counts. I do want to take some moments to give you, especially since this is a 101, a view into how helpful their help can be. I'm a software person. I've been around technology for a long time. If I have to revert to the software help document, I usually go to YouTube first. Software help is never helpful. But I really do appreciate what Searle has invested into their help section. This is a different language. This is a different way of talking, different way of thinking, different way of structuring information, especially if you're trying to create a training manual, if you're trying to pull text for graphics or for a presentation. It's important to use the right terms in the right way. Component is the one that gets thrown around a lot, but oftentimes wrong. So if you go into their help context sensitive, you say, well, in Builder, I was at the inventory level looking at a section. When I went to my help, it said, oh, I know where you're at. You're trying to work with component sections. And in the inventory side, it already knows where you're at and what you're trying to do. If you forget all the different roles that was on our slide deck and you're like, hey, what does that master planner do? Oh, here's a list of all the permissions of a master planner. And because we're in the permissions section, you get to see the inspector and inventorier as well. So this help, these links can be shared, so you don't even have to be logged in. So you can copy, paste that URL, put it into an email, say, hey, I'm having problems with the thing. Well, send them an article from the help, and they can click and see that information. Great for how to do things, not necessarily why to do things. There is still benefit to training, just it's also nice to have the reference side. So I mentioned that we started in the inventory because that's what's highlighted. So that's what we're going to get into first. And yeah, it's about 9:20. I'll go for about 10 more minutes and we'll take a break. Where you're typically going to be spending most of your time on the inventory side is systems, components, and sections. For those of you that have, federal real property or another building list, those can be systematically added to builder and bulk added. So you typically, when you work with an agency or department, you're saying, hey, go out, do an inspection of this region or this building, it's already going to be in builder. You don't have to add that. But you might have to add a different component, and you certainly might have to add a section. As it was discussed with the fire pump, not always are inspections valuable, but inventory absolutely must be dialed in. I have seen many problems with data when it was presented to leadership where they like a fat-fingered, unit of measure problem, and all of a sudden it threw a bar that was completely wrong. You have to have your inventory right. Well, from the perspective of the outside looking in, if it's not in builder, we don't have a life cycle plan for it. So you can only manage the assets that you know that you have. If you talk to people that spend time in the field, I've often heard roughly 80% of the time in the field is about what I have and how much do I have. After that, adding an inspection is pretty quick. But making sure it's the right quantity, making sure it's the right material type, those are the things that take the most time. From inventory alone, builder will be able to do a wealth of analysis and be able to answer questions. How about, hey, for the Army, how much would it cost to replace every incandescent bulb with an LED? Across 2 billion square feet. Well, regardless of condition, builder has a list of every facility by lighting type broken down, and you know the cost because you know the quantity and it has back to a catalog, so you can do that. If I wanted to replace every toilet in this region with a low flow toilet, we don't use low flow at all. You could run a report in builder to answer those kind of questions. What's the average age of my boilers in Florida? What's the average, you can't think enough at just the wealth that comes from a solid, consistently gathered inventory. And that's where I'll also take a moment to pause. Builder is a systematic planning budget justification tool set. If you know anything about financials, they really don't like other people messing with the data because it leads to inconsistencies. A lot of times people say, well, I've got a financial system, you can't touch it with any integration, I don't give out permissions, it's just like 3 people in the organization that do all the work. The reason is, in this type of an environment, consistency is almost more important than accuracy. You need to be able to do things the same way across every location, every site, to be able to generate consistent results.
You also have to be able to find that piece of inventory later. And that's a big, big part of doing the initial inventory.
Yeah.
Because if you can't find it later, you might as well have never inventoried it.
Findability is key. From the top side, finding a building or an organization or a site, not too hard. That Joint Base San Antonio Hospital with 2 million gross square feet, trying to find one water heater is really hard. So when we get down to that section piece, we're going to talk about how to name things so that you can find it later. But in general, make sure that you have very clear rules that are standardized for what you're gathering, to what precision, that are uniformly applied to every facility in your organization. Otherwise, you're going to get kind of apples and oranges to compare. Remember we talked about your BCI trend on older facilities? You can actually keep a high BCI if you only inventory your mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. But what if somebody says, hey, I'm already out there, why don't I just add foundations and superstructures and walls? I see that there's a box for them, I can just put them in, it's cool. I'm interested in that sort of stuff. Well, now you have one building that has a different metric compared to the other facilities in the site just because somebody added different types of things. So now it might look worse than it actually is because you're comparing it to its peers. So be consistent. I think the scopes that have changed over the years have been challenging because, you know, first rounds of scope, like, oh, we'll just do these things. And now let's do these. Now, you know, when it's down to the material category, it's not such a big deal. The inclusion or exclusion of certain systems does certainly change your metrics. We are now, as I keep mentioning, you know, 10 years in on this. So you're often looking at locations that have existing data. Maybe you've been added to the program and you need to know Builder, but the assessments have already been happening for 5-10 years. If you are trying to collect or do an assessment, if possible, have that inventory preloaded. We're working with the team, we just loaded 100,000 pieces of equipment from their Maximo instance. They had a CMMS, it was consistently organized by uniformat. We did some mapping rules to make it align to the Builder sections, and we were able to systematically populate everything across their inventory. Took a while, but computers do things much faster than, you know, point and click. When you're actually physically in front of that pump or that roof, if it's not in your inventory of what you see when you logged into Builder, add it. There's a quick button to add that section. The only thing I'll say is make sure that it's actually in your scope. If the item is there in Builder, make sure that everything is correct. Make sure it has the material category, component subtype that's right. So if it's metal, wood, a curtain wall versus storefront, make sure that those things are correct. Years are oftentimes the things that are most wrong. It's amazing how much time I'll look at people's Builder data, and they will measure with lasers and then get the year off by decades. It's like, really, from a life cycle planning tool, you can measure to 90% and eyeball it and go, well, looks like each one of these panels is about 6 feet, so I got 4 of them. All right, so you know, you can do some rough math, but if you say that this is a 1980s, you know, roof construction, then the life cycle is all wrong and it's going to generate money at the wrong time. And if it is no longer there, just delete the section. Builder is different than your average CMMS in that it does not want you to deactivate something or take it out of service. If it's no longer going to ever be in your financial plan, that ductwork has been left unused, just delete it. Remember that end of the cycle, Builder's trying to give a systematic, structured plan for when you need to spend money in which type of things in your facilities. If you never need to turn that generator on again, but it's just there to rust into the nothingness, delete the section. It doesn't have any value to your plan. And we're going to play, don't worry, but section name. This is something that in our assessor training, we'll spend half a day on just naming. Every organization will likely have its own guidelines for this is what we expect. But for the 101, because there's a broad spectrum of people in the room, I'm just going to talk about general conventions. So please don't go to a meeting and say, well, Kurt told me to do it this way. If there's an actual document that tells you to do it a different way, again, consistency is better than accuracy or even better than my, advice. So for your name, this is the one area of Builder that it's a free-form type. You don't have to be structured, it's just a key-in area. Your default is not applicable, your NA. This is perfectly fine for certain things. That roof at the Mishawaka, that's one facility, it's just really old. In Uniformat, I see that it's broken down as the roof coverings, and it's the wood roof. Do I need to name it anything to find it? No. Remember, your name is for findability. There was that comment in the back of inventory has to be findable for it to be valuable. That water heater at Joint Base San Antonio, that absolutely needs to have a very clear section name, because just knowing what it is isn't enough. So, we'll get into more details, but think about your name as, do I need help finding this? And then you have to identify what it is. Your material, category, and subtype is all about what am I looking at. You're going to find a lot of specifics. So if we go back to I'll just show it real quick. That last column, that subtype, where you have ephes, general, block, gypsum, masonite, you're going to have a lot of specific options often available to you. But then you also often have generals, others, maybe even an unknown. Everything still behaves the same. Whether you tell me it's ephes, then I see 75 years at $3.08, 50 years and $21.73 a square foot. You can also say that it's general, and builder still says, well, I'm going to make a plan for it anyways, for 30 years and $27.21 per foot. General is when you say, I don't really want to get into more detail. Even though other more specific options may be available, I'm not going to bother with it. And I really actually like using it at times. Within the USDA, another group that we worked with for a good amount of time, they found that their assessment teams were going out and spending a lot of time counting fixtures, light fixtures. So in this room alone, how many sections of lights would you find based upon the Army standards? I hear 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I would say about 7 sections at the minimum in one room. But how much does maybe the USDA Ag Research care about the track lighting versus the space lighting versus the chandelier? Not that much. They said, really, all we want you to do is say, it's 5,000 square feet of lit space. General. Don't bother counting them all. Don't bother quantifying them all. Sometimes it's hard to say if it's a T12 or T18 or LED without getting a ladder. So they said, really, it's not a big spend for us. We don't want you to spend 10% of your assessment dollars on light fixtures. So go with general, measure it by square foot, and say I have, from roughly 1990s versions lighting, 300 square feet of lit space that costs 50 cents a foot. So general can be valid and can be reasonable, but it's not the most accurate. So you're always balancing how specific and accurate do I want to get versus what's the value of the spend to gather it and maintain it. A lot of people will say it's not that much money to, while I'm in the room, to gather this information, but there's a tail on that dog. Well, who changes out light fixtures? Well, just my maintenance crew. Do they tell anybody? Does it go into a database? No. So you're going to have data that's wrong. Is that what you want? If you only go back and reassess every 10 years, you're going to find that your lighting fixtures is probably a lot of the churn, but does it change the needle in your financial plan much? Maybe not. Did it cost a lot to gather? Is it going to cost a lot to maintain with any sort of accuracy? Yes. So, how specific you get in the catalog when you're assessing and creating those standards should be based upon the value and the cost to gather and maintain.
So with that being said, is there any plans to have GFIBs talk to builders so that way when the techs go
Wouldn't that be nice if everything talked? Yes. So we have somebody up in the front of the room that you can ask. I've heard stories of that being asked for years. There is certainly overlap with your execution tool set and what Builder knows about. But especially when you're talking about financial data and controls, it is not easy. Anybody that's worked in data integration, data migration knows that to make systems communicate without one messing up the other, and then version changes and all that, it's challenging to do right. So I think it's certainly a desire, but I don't think it's been accomplished just yet.
Thing is too, if we run into is if you're assessing lighting in a large area, you don't want to derate it because a few fixtures are out, because tomorrow they may come and put new bulbs in, and it's like, okay, well, everything's fine, but nobody's gonna go in Builder and update that they did that, so now you've derated something that it shouldn't.
Well,
Feel that.
as a person that goes through the training, I try to let people be free from what's going to happen after I leave. This is an observation when you're there. So you don't have to predict what's going to happen next week. Just be an honest observer. This is what I see. This is how the condition was. Bulbs being out is not necessarily a condition problem. It's just more of a, well, someone's got to go out and change the bulb. But the light fixture itself is still in perfect condition. So you don't have to derate it for bulbs. But if you saw that stuff was hanging, it didn't look like it was lashed properly, and it needs corrective maintenance, even if it might be fixed the moment you leave, the moment somebody gets that out brief, they see a picture and go, oh, I can't believe I let that happen. Be honest about what you see when you see it, because it's tied to that date timestamp. But yes, the maintenance cost of keeping those things accurate in Builder is high. So I tend to lean on things that are more like carpet or paint, things that just happen without a whole lot of paperwork, without a whole lot of cost. Maybe you just leave more general in Builder because you don't want to have that sustainment cost of trying to keep everything accurate.
And you just have to kind of make a judgment call whether that light is out completely or if the bulb is just out. So
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to rent the boom at every room to try to get up and check the chandelier fixtures.
scratch my head for 15
How are you going to get in there and figure out if that is actually an electronic problem or a bulb problem?
Yes.
Ishmael.
Don't forget that some organizations already set up the rules. Those are good if you are the one doing the rules, but already predefined. Don't start changing the rules when you do the inspection.
Okay. I mentioned two different examples. What you gather into the level of accuracy has been provided by most agencies that have been in this program for a while. So while I say I like, from an outside looking at the USDA program of lit space per foot because it saves costs, that doesn't change what you have to do for the Army. What you have to do for the Army is what you have to do for the Army. That's their rules. If they decide to change it, they're going to do so with the proper controls of their documentation, and then that'll be in a contract action. But, yes, so, yes. Again, my great idea, not the authority, not going to work for your COR. All right, so, general is valid, is a reasonable thing to put in for a quantity, for an inventory type. If you see other, that's your opportunity to say, I know what it is, it's just not on this list. In the roof coverings, I haven't seen anybody add the Tesla solar tile things yet. Solar roofs are coming. Eventually, they're going to have a cost, and they're going to have a life cycle after some measurements. But if you look in Builder right now and you try to add a roof with solar tiles, it's probably not going to be available. So there are real reasons that new stuff comes out, and you're going to say, it's not in the available drop-down list, but I want to tell you what it is. Pick other, and then give it a great name. Your unknown should only be a temporary thing. I think I've seen a lot of databases actually remove this. That's when you say, I don't really know what roof it is. That's not something that you really want to leave in that state. That would only be something that you can take a picture, go back to your office, and then fix it before it's actually submitted as real data. But a lot of things will have general, other, and unknowns, and you'll have your specific options to pick from.
Should you be concerned when you use something like general other as to what kind of cost it's applying to? I mean, if you look at something small and put general other, and then look at a whole roof of solar panels and put general other, you know what cost builder is applying, so you don't throw in $300,000, cost something different.
Yes, that is a very good comment. There is HVAC, cooling generation, other. Joe, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so, other is the average price of the material in that category. General is the engineer's best choice, and unknown would be the largest dollar quantity in that program. So, the other is usually your best choice.
But there is like a cooling generation, equipment other. And some database, and this is kind of old data, but it was like $40,000. If it was a circulating fan that was just kind of a different style, and you picked that there's 500 and it's other, that's a huge dollar amount that really isn't reasonable. So at times, when you see these dramatic swings where maybe other isn't the right choice because it's just too expensive, pick something in the catalog that's close and put in a different name. But the other thing that you can do is, work with the team that manages your server and say, well, really, we need to have a solar wall now because that's a thing that needs to be in our builder database. We should have a reasonable cost in life.
The problem I'm having in that section is, this is for building-related items only. And when they start adding stuff that they don't belong to the building and add to the cost of the building, equipment in place that don't belong to the building, and that's the challenge that we have.
So, are you talking about more personal property things like,
Yes.
refrigerators and, okay,
Things like that, equipment that they don't belong to the building.
right. This is a religious debate in some sections, how to define what is real property. So Builder is a financial planning and justification tool set. That's the end of that cycle. So I always go back there, what are we trying to do? We're trying to get a budget for real property. Hey, I've got an ice machine that my maintenance team kind of maintains. They change the filters, they kind of keep it. But is that real property? Is that something that should be in a financial plan through that head of leadership? No. Just because you can enter it in Builder, don't. If it's not funded through that source of funds. And shoot, your MRI machines, bolted to the ground, hardwired into the electrical system, major pieces of equipment, very costly, have to work. Kind of looks like real property, but isn't. It's funded through that programmatic funding cycle. So don't add things that are not responsible for that organization. This is real property, so you can, the simplified definition is turn the building over, shake it, what falls out. But there's always things that are just weird. Wash rack systems, refrigeration units, kitchen appliances, even mechanical elements in a shop. But the easy discussion to have is systematically, organization-wide, does this get funded through my sustainment and modernization SRNM budget for this organization that's paying for Builder? Yes, then put it in. If not, leave it out. There might be other people that like to see it there, but that's not their data. So, this is why organizational guidance is so important. You need to know what's in scope and what's out of scope consistently because that's what they are getting funded on. Thanks for the reminder. When you are adding sections, you need to understand how much of something that I have. Every section type has this is how I want you to count me unit of measure. It could be each, linear feet, square feet, how many gallons. What you can't do is say, well, builder is wrong. I'm going to measure this by square feet instead of each, because that's really what matters, and I've been doing this for 30 years. I know should be a square feet thing. Now, all of a sudden, the cost is $50,000 each. You put in a square feet of 3,000, and you have a $3 billion fire suppression line item just because you decided to overrule what builder was asking for in the quantity. This is the biggest area for data quality that I've seen skew numbers. The wrong quantity makes your analysis bad. Nobody wants to look silly in front of leadership by putting up a PowerPoint that you can't justify and it doesn't make sense. So, each section, you have to identify how much do I have. It's okay to be general. I mentioned that 90% accuracy on stuff like architectural elements is fine for a financial plan that obviously you're not going to spend a huge amount of dollars on. Just put it in there, make it reasonable, and then make sure you've got the year right. Moving on to year. Any horror stories from a quantity problem that you want to share? I saw a couple of nods of like.
Oh yeah, the other day we were running some reports and we saw a $10 million building had $228 million HVAC. That usually gives you a red flag that something's up with the price, or ULE.
So I mentioned that this is a common problem. It's not because you have people that are not caring or deliberately doing this. Sometimes that last decision where you set the material category and then you pick a different component subtype, it will change from each to KVA. And if you're not paying attention, you're like, well, it was panels, 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 so it was each, and all of a sudden it's like KVA. I'm like, wait, okay. If you left your mind thinking each, or you changed it from one material category because you're looking at existing data, oh, it's actually not that type, it's this type, you might change the unit of measure, so you have to double check that your quantity is accurate based upon that last decision of your subtype. So, it is a easy thing to mess up. Please, please, please make sure to get your quantities right based upon the unit of measure.
And one thing I wanted to add to that is, the only reason why we suspected something was, we had a building that had a lot of renovations recently done in the last couple of years, but the BCI was incredibly low. And it's, I don't know where the direct correlation is, but if you have component prices or costs that are exaggerated, or you exaggerated the unit of measure, because like you said, try to overwrite it, that will have a residual effect on your CIs.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. So because Builder rolls up your CI for your BCI based upon your individual section costs, if you have one section that is skewed because of a quantity problem and it's a $50 million section in a $2 million building, then that one section is going to dominate that condition. So just for the people that are listening. The last thing I will mention of what you require to add a section on the inventory is year. So it's natural and easy. It defaults to the facility year, and that is what starts the life cycle planning from there. So let's talk about this facility, 1850s. How many of the sections do you think are original to the facility? Now, I did some walking around on the stairs, and I've heard and felt, I'm not a small person, maybe more than I should be, but don't just assume that just because it's the year of the construction of the facility that it is the right section year. In your older facilities or when you've had a major renovation, you're going to have to find a reliable way of getting those section years. Your in-brief discussions, this is when the person that does the filter changes, the person that actually works on the doors, rekeys things, they know years that somebody in headquarters probably won't. So make sure to make friends, find out who's the expert at that location for that facility. If it's a partial renovation, well, here over, they did in the 90s. Here back, they did back in 73. Okay, great. Now I can use that to make sure my section years are consistent and right. It is not always the original year. In Builder, you'll see actually says, built/renewed. This is life cycle planning, right? For that backup generator, for the Department of Energy people in the room, they have Manhattan era equipment that are still in use today, that are being exquisitely maintained and overhauled and running. So that might say it's a generator enclosure from the 1960s, but really, from a life cycle perspective, from a condition perspective, would you say that it's a 1960s generator still trying to limp along today? No, they've changed over all the moving parts. They have machinists that build new parts because you can't buy them anymore. So this renewed date is actually what, on old equipment that has been overhauled, has gone through a full recapitalization, full renewal, that's the date you put in Builder. From a data integration problem, this is a problematic. Maximo thinks it's a 1960s generator. Builder thinks that it's a 1980s. Just know that it's a problem. That's why, again, data integration is tough. But year installed or last renewed to fully new-like status. That's the date that counts from the life cycle planning perspective. And then optionally, you can include section details for your package units. They're often sectioned separately, individually. It's nice to know the make, the model, the serial number, even an equipment ID. You can include capacity. All of these are optional fields. There's a lot of optional fields in Builder, but these add value when you need to know something about a specific manufacturer. I don't think many people have really taken the time to think about some of the deep data analysis that's going to be available after full implementation. We have multiple generator manufacturers, right? Wouldn't it be interesting to say, look, I can take 2 billion square feet across the entire globe, take their manufacturers, compare them, say, well, our train lasts longer by an average of 30% over the RS means estimation versus Acme that underperforms by 10%. I use Acme just because I don't want liability, but you can start to get maybe even manufacturer type guidance on what types of things outperform or underperform just if you capture that data in Builder, because you have such a large data set to pull from. All right. Are we still logged in? Woo! Thanks, Drew. So if you've ever used Builder, sometimes the log out process is a bit chaotic. Sometimes it'll last 10 minutes, sometimes it'll last 30 seconds. Because we own the server, we get to control it. So this one is like, what, 2 hours? 2 hours. So you can walk away from your computer and Builder will stay logged in for 2 hours. This is never going to fly for a federal real system because they don't want you to be able to walk away from your computer and have anybody use it for the next 2 hours. But I digress. For training, it's fun. From your building side down, I love looking at systems at a glance. This is just sample data. This is not a real office building. But from a variety of data, it's really interesting to say, hey, do I have an HVAC thing that's really weird for this facility? I'm looking at a storage unit, and I have $50 million of HVAC. Well, that's kind of odd. Or hey, why is my foundation at an 82 when my building is only, 23 years old? I wonder what's going on there. So from systems at a glance, it's a real easy area to say, what is my average system condition, which is a roll-up from all of the individual sections? What is the cost to replace it? Not necessarily work. This has nothing to do with what's good or bad. It's just, this is the total cost of everything in that uniformat system. And how does it compare? Should I have almost 30% of my facility total replacement cost in HVAC? Maybe. But I probably would expect more fire suppression if that was the case. Once you start to get used to, and if you've been around construction long enough, you'll start to see, well, 10 to 20% of my facility construction costs go in electrical. That sounds reasonable. Maybe 20 to 30% in HVAC. Controls are ridiculously expensive these days, all right? That sounds reasonable. But if I have interior finishes at 50%, really? That seems high. And a carpet and drywall are gotten expensive, but probably not that much. So start to get familiar with, for your organization, hospitals are going to be different than labs, are going to be different than, barracks are going to be different than hotels, are going to be different from, office facilities. But get used to your organization and say, what is the normal rational split for the facilities we type to build? Do these numbers make sense? And why is my conveying at a 37? Well, you probably have original elevators from the 20s that nobody really wants to replace because they're ridiculously expensive and time-consuming to do so.
Is this replacement cost what we would call PRV, not like work list item cost, right?
So, yes. So the question is, this replacement cost here, is it PRV? And I would say it's more CRV. Like it's the total replacement cost of all sections in your facility, which is like CRV, like plant replacement value, especially for a DoD, is tightly controlled and run by your category code versus and your cost factor. And there's like 5 different things, but it's a formula based upon square footage that is not necessarily builder. We're going to talk more about that later in the agenda, but your CRV, which is the total cost of all the sections, like the current replacement cost, is these numbers. So for comparison, if I go to a Ford dealership and say, what's the cost of that F-150, they say, well, MSRP is $89,000. My first truck was a 1971 Chevy. The fact that trucks are where they are now today blows my mind. But that is your PRV, your price for what it costs to buy it from the lot. Your CRV, or total section replacement cost, is like, hey, Ford, I want to build myself an F-150. What would it cost for me to buy all the parts? I want the brakes, the rotors, the wheels, air conditioning, the ducts, the body panels, the frame, and then you assemble it. So I would expect, if you have a full inventory, your CRV here, the sum of that number, to be greater than your PRV. Because typically to buy all the individual parts from Ford and then assemble your own F-150 is more expensive than to buy one off the shelf.
I noticed the colors, and I'm not sure if you're going to cover this somewhere else in the agenda, but I have a question about what is good, what's bad, and what's ugly. And I can tell you that, as an example, we do palm slides every year and put together where our facilities fall
between certain ranges, and we actually call the range of 60 to 80 or something like that poor. And the ones that are below 60 failing or failed. And my point is that even correct? And right now I'm looking here and I say, well, I could say that 25 sounds pretty bad, right? But even 67 is red. And I don't know where these numbers are supposed to lie or whether there's some sort of correlation with the old FCI. So I was wondering if you maybe touch that.
Yeah, we're going to go through the FCI a little bit later. For those that have been in this world for a long time, a lot of federal planners look at FCI, which is a ratio of how much work, how much money do I need to spend, how many things are broken now versus the plant replacement value, and then they'll band it based upon like Q rating. So if it's between 80 and 90, it's good, or 60 and like poor, and then you have failing. So there's all these Q rating bands that align to colors. This is pure condition. So the builder team did color code, and we are going to show you where those cut lines are later. And it's for them a metric of risk. So it's not spend, and there's not a direct correlation of risk to FCI. But here, I'm seeing a 25 on my electrical system. That means somebody went out and assessed it, and or it's that old, and they put a lot of things in red minus, or that's something that's failed. So I have a real problem of risk. If I look at my stairs that are an 82, it means that it's an older facility and that there's likely going to be the need over the next decade or so to spend some money on that. So for me, I look at it not necessarily as this is failing from a facility perspective. This view is my overall, how much risk do I have? Now, they do color code all the way up to the facility, and your facility BCI is 74. So that means that there is a moderate amount of risk overall in the entire facility. But if my electrical is at a 20, you walk in that building and you can't turn on a light switch, it's going to feel worse than a 74. So that's why we separate out average condition from need. And need is really the afternoon, where we talk about how much money do I need to spend, how do I get that FCI? And that's the afternoon.
As such, there's no correlation between the replacement cost and the SCI on that view, right?
Correct. The only thing to consider is that your section's replacement cost is going to average up to your overall condition score. So the section's replacement cost is used here for that average system score.
Does the section determine the risk? In other words, if my interior finishes are a certain number of BCI and the fire protection is the same number of BCI, is it possible for one to be red and the other one to be yellow?
So the question was, if I have my interior finishes with a system condition index, so average up all the sections within that system, and it was 82, and electrical was the average system condition of 82, they're always going to be the same color.
Okay.
Because it is always the color that you see in the interface is based upon the number at that tier. So sections and components, sections have a set condition, they average up to a component, and then there's the color for that average, and then all your components average up to the color of your system, and then all your systems average up to the color of your building. But you can't say that a red interior finish is an 89 and then a red HVAC is an 82. Like, you can't change the color by system. And I did actually, Ishmael, make sure to include, you will oftentimes have guidance provided to you on sectioning. How to name what to use for even years of trust. Maybe Maximo says the year is 82. Maybe the guy in front of you says it's 83. Maybe you see a drawing that says 84. You're going to get conflicting data points. Who should you trust? Consistency is important, so oftentimes the guidance will say this is our trust factor. This is how accurate you need to measure things. And even things to leave out. I never want to see an unknown water closet in my database, so it's out of scope. Don't use it. I don't even want to see stainless. Just say it's general or it's another if you have to. So you can be very, very specific about what you gather to what level of specificity because the catalog is so structured. As a cautionary tale, occasionally people get in here and they get really overzealous and they want to section out everything independently. Think about how you do work for how you want to group things. Here we have 3 of the exact same things, a sink, kitchen sink, 2010-04, that have been sectioned out because of different purpose. One's a dish rink, one's a pot sink, one's a vegetable sink. Well, from a real property planning perspective, those can be grouped as 3 sinks with the same life cycle and the same overall condition roll-up. You don't need to separate out things by use. Think about how you group things and do so based upon logically how you plan on repairing and replacing them. And, as always, go back to your guidance if it's provided. If there is a directive about how exactly you section to what level of specificity, do so. There is a group that has done a full BIM implementation and integration with Builder. And they have a lot more sections than anybody else because every BIM record was individual and unique. So it looks pretty intense when you log into Builder and just hit that plus button and go, boom, wow, this is a 30-section long list. I wasn't expecting that many. But for them, because they use their CMMS and their BIM records to update Builder, it works. So there is no one-stop shop, but you have to understand, how am I going to maintain this data? And oftentimes you want to rally around, this is how we do work. If we go into this kitchen, we're going to do all those things at the same time. Remember the end goal of Builder for your accuracy. Don't think about, you have to get down to the laser precision, but you still have to make it reasonable for planning. All right, so if you are still logged into Builder, let's add a section.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Real quick before we move on, pertaining to the year, creating a section, what effect does, when you click estimate for the year, what effect does that have? What does it actually do?
So this was in years past, a 45-minute talk all to itself because it's a little bit nuanced. But in general, if you say, I don't really know the year of this slab on grade, I can hit estimated and it'll color code that yellow and say, well, it's not super confident on the year. What it does behind the scenes is it says, as an inspector, I'm going to give much more trust to the inspector than the year. So life cycle planning, Builder has to guess, like, well, this is an 80-year-old water heater, and somebody marked it green. Do I trust that data point? Is that reliable? Well, no. So if you say that it's an 80-year-old water heater and you say that it's green, Builder's going to say, I don't really believe you, it's red anyways. But if you say that that 80-year-old water heater has an estimated date and it's green, it'll say, okay, you weren't sure about the date, but you're sure about the assessment record. That's what I should lean on. Be careful a little bit about overusing it. Having that safety valve, occasionally people hear that, well, my assessors are perfect, estimate everything. That safety valve is really important. We had an agency that went out and they provided guidance to, unless you see something breaking, everything is green. And hit that checkbox. And then they started to see the data that came out, and their facilities were all perfect and they needed no money. And that was a problem. You can't say that to the federal government while also asking for billions of dollars. Say, oh, look at all my perfect facilities that need billions of dollars. Wait. So, their guidance was wrong in that not everything that's still functioning is green, but they hit that estimated checkbox and they trusted them. When you take that off, builders' metrics will start to override, and at 150% of design life, it'll say, I really trust the assessor less. This is a system configuration element that hidden in the database. You can adjust that dial of beta shift to say, how much do I want to entrust my inspectors versus how much do I want to lean on the year? If you wanted to, I could turn the dial to say, for work planning purposes, only go on year, but I still get to see the inspector color rating, but I use the year only. Or you can say, regardless of years, always trust my inspector. So, it is on the Summit website if you want help finding that presentation. Estimated checkbox, very powerful. Be careful using it. All right. Any other questions before we actually add a section? Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. You guys can handle it. It is 10:15. Let's take a 10-minute break. And when we get back, we'll start playing in Builder some more. So roughly 10:25. have really wanted to hear the questions that are being asked, not necessarily just my repetition and interpretation. So we do have a couple of wireless mics. So if you have a question, kind of put your hand up in the air, and we're going to get you a mic so you can hear, so they can hear you as well. All right. We're not going to take you through the process of adding facilities and organizations and sites. I really feel like most organizations have that already dialed in from your headquarters. But I think it does add value to talk about how to add section inventory and do an inspection. So let's start with just one section. E10, E1030 for a loading dock, a dock leveler, installed in 2005. Seems, maybe if it was in Guam. And then we have only one with an ID. Everybody able to navigate through Builder? We are up here in the inventory section, so we're generally in the right place. Where would I be able to add the dock leveler? E10. Anybody see it? Aha. So, at the facility level, you can add a section, or add a system. If you don't know what all the icons mean at the top, right-click on the building, and it brings down a description of all the different actions you can do to that building. So, remember that what you click here determines what you see in this main body, and it also determines what you can do here at the top. So, if I right-click and add a system, I can then add E10. Anybody see, why can't I add B30? Because it's already there. So systems and components are basically just buckets to hold sections. So there's no point in adding a bucket that you already have. So add your E10. This gives you a holding place for your equipment. It is grayed out because there are no sections. There's no condition for it to use for an estimate. And then if you right-click again on your, you can then add a component. Anybody see what component we're trying to add? They have numbers for convenience. That's the E1030. Only when you click on that little like underwater 1920s mine looking thing can you then add a section, which is the little angle pipe, or if you right click on your component, you'll see that you can then add a section. Back to our slide. This is what you're looking at. E1030-02 dock equipment. Now, when you're actually looking at it, no one's going to be able to tell you this is an E1030-02, but you're going to see that it's a dock leveler. So where does that seem like a good fit? Well, maybe it's in the loading dock equipment. What do we think? 7 by 8? 10 ton. So you don't always have the exact type that you are looking at. So pick something close if it's available. It may not be exactly 7 by 8, it might be 8 by 8, but it's a large hydraulic dock leveler. Rare for these types of buildings, but I only have one of them, and it was installed in 2005. How about I just put 1 instead of 2005? Not that that would be a data quality problem at all. See how good I am at showing you the problems that you can create? So, I have 1 installed in 2005. Do I want to use NA as my name? Well, I think you can see on the slide the answer that, Paul said no, but if it was the only one on the warehouse, maybe NA is fine. If there is a whole east side of the building with dock levelers and a west side of the building with a dock leveler, then I think it would be great to tell me which direction cardinal it is. So let's just follow his instructions. And it is active. I do not care about paint. We have a section. Congratulations, everybody. You have passed Builder 101A. Not insignificant amount of effort and understanding to be able to even do that. You have here a current estimated condition of 50. So, does Builder think it's past its design life? Yes or no? It's red. What do you think? Why? Excellent. So, Builder is estimating that this is a 20-year part. How do I know that? It's 18 years old, and it has a remaining service life of 2 years. I have not added an inspection yet, but yet it says that I did. Up here, it says that I was inspected it as a 100 back in 2005. What happened in 2005? Why they call it a direct rating, I do not know. I don't get to control the code. Matt will be here tomorrow. You can pepper him with your questions. He'll say it's all going to be fixed in the enterprise. But exactly. It is the only data point that it knows to start planning from. It knows that it was perfect when it was installed because that's what it assumes. Back in 2005, when this was installed, it was in perfect shape, therefore it was a 100. It was green. Time has happened. It says I am at a high risk of failure because it's a CI of 50. But really, I have about 2 years before Builder says it's really at its end of planned life.
If you click the estimated box, would the CSCI score change?
So the estimated box trusts your inspection more. Do we have an inspection for it to trust more? There's no inspection yet, I just created it. So it would not change its estimated condition. So without inspections, the estimated box doesn't really do anything mechanically. One thing to keep in mind, and this is a great example, Builder is a web-based application in that it doesn't save unless you tell it to. So I just hit this estimated checkbox. If I decide to go to another area of the building and then come back, that estimated box is gone. I've had people call me, because we support, and say, hey, I've been working in Builder for 4 hours. I just went to run a report, and all my data is gone. What happened? Did it lost all my inspections? And like, well, did you hit save? What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to ruin your whole afternoon. So, after you hit that box, after you change anything in this environment, maybe you want to go in all caps, because that's your organizational standards. Hit save. That's the only way that it's going to stick around. Somebody came up to me at the break and talked about, hey, Maximo has a bunch of information like preventative maintenance and corrective maintenance and equipment records. Is Maximo talking to the builder? And it kind of depends, but I don't know. Some people do have those data links, some people don't. Where it's important is when you're gathering data, if there is an asset tag or some way to link two different databases together, that you capture it. That way, when Maximo does have a new preventative maintenance inspection on that dock leveler and said, hey, it's amber, we fixed it now, it's green, great. Maybe send that update. We have an ID, this DL-E1. There are 2 places in Builder that I think is a good fit for that. Woohoo, I even got it right. The section details is a good place to put an equipment ID. Imagine now, instead of 1, that we have 2 pieces of equipment. So maybe both have an ID, and both have ties to that one section. That's a good place to put an ID when you have equipment grouping. If your data linkage is only for things that are sectioned 1 to 1, that package unit, that giant chiller, the big ticket items that you want to replace by themselves because they're just that expensive, we can delete it from here, go back, update this. There is an alternate ID. That is a good place to put an asset tag or equipment number from a CMMS, your Archibus, your Maximos, that sort of thing. Asset Suite, EAM, SAP, I can go on. This would give you the ability to say, I can track down and know what I have. From an asset perspective, I'm looking at something that was installed in 2005. I know that. It's 18 years old. I have 2 years left. I didn't look at it since it was installed, or I haven't added an inspection record since it was installed. I can put in make, model, manufacturing details in here. I can also add a comment that says from an inventory perspective, you can add comments. This is about what it is and where it is. These are not condition comments because we're not gotten there yet. This is about what it is and where it is, what it's used for. You can also add photos if you need further help identifying what it is or where it is. All inventory side. Any questions on adding inventory? All right. We got one slide away from inspections where I was supposed to take a break, so it means I'm going a little slower than I might have been needed to be to keep up with Paul's pace. I take my time in that side because I really do feel that the inventory side is often underappreciated for its value. Run those reports, get used to the data, and start to make allies, make friends, because you can offer a lot of people data they didn't know that was available at their fingertips. If you run their maintenance system with Maximo, you might be able to run a builder report and help, onboard another facility that otherwise would have taken 3 weeks of effort. So, we've already taken our break. We only have an hour. Let's see if we can get through inspections. Builder is different in that your traditional FCA, what often was used when Builder was designed and built, you'd have experts that come out with their clipboards. They'd walk around your facilities, find the problems, say, you need to replace your dock leveler in a couple of years. Your roof's got about 10 years. Your HVAC is probably inefficient. Your electrical is great. And they would just do a problem identification. This is different than a builder methodology because this is life cycle planning for your entire facility. You have to quantify everything, and then you just assess its condition. You're not asked for a cost estimate. You're not asked for a why is the wall leaning in? Well, somebody's driving too close and it's great. No, it's just the wall is red. Basics. The advantage is that you have less opportunity for an individual's personal guidance to direct how things are assessed and how things are evaluated. And if you think about it from the OSD perspective or somebody at headquarter level, that really drives for that consistency to be able to say, I know that I'm going to get a similar understanding of condition if I just look at the raw data. Is that Navy barracks the same condition as that Air Force barracks? Well, it's a CI of 56 and 56. I have a higher confidence if it's not somebody's just opinion that this is good enough for them. We're going to talk a little bit about the inspection tools. In a software world, we just worked on a project that did 1,500 homes, and we sell assessment software, so we had everybody use our own tools, and man, there's nothing like dog fooding to make you show your errors and problems. But got a lot of great feedback on our product. There are still people that still are efficient with paper and pencil. It's thinking a digital era. We should all have tablets and do this with our phones and just throw a scanner out there and it does everything for you. Being able to pull up a drawing, put some markings down, go back to your room at the hotel or go back to your house and put things in manually is still efficient and effective as a methodology for gathering data. Everything is individual. There are certain people that really like tech and there are other people that don't trust it. I'm never going to just type it in and then walk out of a room not knowing that the data is really there or really saved or whatever it is. So if you do paper and pencil, some templated things that you can have for your inventory sheets and your drawings are helpful and I would say critical. I would also say that this is not for the person that's brand new. Remember, Builder has a drop down for every individual component type. So if you just say it's a dock leveler and you don't know which one or how big, you might go back to put it in a Builder and go, shoot, I got two options. I don't remember which one it is. All the software tools make sure you have the right specificity and you're gathering the right information. Downspouts, I counted them, there was 13. Builder asked me for the linear feet of downspouts. Crap, okay. It's a 10-story building, that means I've got about 100 feet, maybe 13 times 100, I gotta, you can try to do that after the fact, but it's always less valuable. So, if you have that catalog memorized and you can do it, great. I would say, maybe selfishly, lean into tech, it's helpful. BREAD is the Builder Remote Entry Database tool that's provided by the government. You can go into Builder if you are an inspection supervisor, log in through your browser, and download a BREAD file. This is a Microsoft Access database that says, hey, this is all the inventory and inspections that I have for this site, this group of buildings. I'm just going to download it onto my computer. What it does is then it locks the live website because you don't want to start having work happen in the field. Meanwhile, people are mucking with your data live in the database. So you've now locked Builder. You pass that Microsoft Access BREAD file to somebody that's often using a Surface tablet. We do the training, and we actually have Surface tablets that we use for bread training. They have shoulder straps and bump cases, but it is a Windows application. And it does have small little pluses, so I would recommend a stylus. But you can add inventory, add inspections, and delete things, modify things. Everything you can do in Builder, largely you can do in Bread. And then you finish that, go through a QC process. I would always recommend having a different set of eyes. Look at the data before you upload it, because when you push that bread file into Builder, there is no undo. There is no, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you that one. That was my walk around and training the guy. Oops. Now I've created a bunch of junk sections that I need to find and delete. So, this loop is best when tightly controlled and managed by a data manager or somebody that's a QC person responsible for knowing what you're supposed to be doing and validating the data before it goes into Builder. When we do assessor training, we spend, again, about a half day on Bread alone. There's reports that you can run within Bread. There's ways you can add photos. It's a little bit clunky because you have to select it from the file system, but it can be done, and it is, a tool that is valuable for making sure that you're gathering the right information. This is a free download available on the SMS website. It's a government-supplied facility assessment tool set. So you're going to see your lookup database. That means you're connected to the right type of sections. And there is a certificate of net worthiness. So if you have to install this on a government tablet and they're like, well, I don't trust it, it's an installed file, well, here's our certificate. It's safe. And then there's a user guide that's also available on their website. So, any questions on Bread or anecdotes that you think that the room would share value from? I think the biggest challenge that I've seen people say is when you get used to what a mobile device should look and feel like, it doesn't feel a response like mobile because it's Windows. So you can't really open up a camera API. You can't have a GPS location put in. There's just little things that it works, but it's not necessarily streamlined for field use. My favorite use of Bread is actually after the fact or prepping for sitting down at a laptop. Bread doesn't need me to hit save every 10 seconds because it's live. Can we get excellent.
With Bread, can you upload photos directly to it as well? Like take a picture with the tablet?
We got a microphone coming to you.
With Bread, would you be able to upload photos from your tablet?
So, back to this loop. In Bread, you can identify the pictures that are on your tablet as inspection photos, and then it creates what's called a Bread package. It's a zip file that holds all your pictures. So when you're done with your inspection, you send back to your QC manager, here's 2 files, my Bread file with all my inventory and inspections, and my Bread package with all the photos. So the one thing that's kind of problematic is that Surface tablets don't have the best cameras. So you're trying to, taking a picture with a tablet like that size, that form factor, it's not always the easiest. If you have an SD card or something like that you throw in there, yes, you can link pictures, and then you save that Bread package zip file, then log into Builder and upload it. It does not send necessarily from the tablet. You have to log into Builder and then hit the file upload. I'll actually show you. So, once you're done with your inspections, you've done your inventory, it's past QC, you go into Builder and say, I'm going to import my Bread file. Great, there's all your inventory and inspections. Now, I'm going to import my Bread package, and there's all the photos. Even if your tablet's connected to the internet, the only thing that advantage you have is that you can just log in from a browser. I will say that Builder does work on every modern browser. So even Safari or whatever, if it's a modern browser on a device, you can log into the website. All right, and this was the talk about inspections. Your inspections adjust life cycle based upon your observations. So being a true independent third party that says, hey, I'm going to come here and assess it, I'm going to look at it and make sure an understanding of its condition. Try to avoid the trappings of, well, I don't want it to look bad because X, Y, and Z reason, or I don't want it to look too good because otherwise we're not going to get this. Like, have systematic QA that's going to start identifying at a more systematic level those data manipulations. So this is a inspection that is your observation at the time, often with photographs and notes to back it up. There's some discussion about color ratings. In Builder, there's a couple of different ways that you can add an inspection. We're only going to train you on direct ratings because really direct ratings are the only things you should use. Distress surveys are available, PM inspections are available. I've yet to see any scope of work request the utilization of it in the past 5 years, so we're just going to train on direct ratings. This is your 9-point scale that you might have been hearing people mention in the past: amber plus, green minus, mid-red. What you're actually doing when you're looking at that dock leveler or you're looking at that roof is to say, hey, I've been trained more thoroughly than today on the inspection methodology. I know how to pick my color. I'm going to adjust its condition index to say my observation is it right today. I pick mid-amber. Behind the scenes, Builder says that means 71. So every direct rating scale has a single point that it's going to automatically drop or raise that line to. And you have 9 choices, all breaking down within the green, amber, or red. It's the stoplight methodology that you might have kind of seen on ISR kind of documents. But it's not just enough to say green, amber, or red. We're going to say high, medium, or low. Now the fun part. What does a green mid mean? This is something that your assessment documentation and assessor guidance really goes into great detail for and often provides even system by system or component by component guidance. In a red section of interior finishes, you're going to notice these types of things. In electrical of amber, you're going to notice these types of things. But the definitions as provided by the software designers is that in green plus, that represents a CI of 100, so it is new, it is perfect, it is shiny. Congratulations, it's one of the easiest ones to pick. After some time, you might want to do some preventative maintenance. So the doors that have a handle that's a little loose, but man, a couple of threads on a twist of a screwdriver and you're rosy. Preventative maintenance. In green minus, you have probably some more corrective elements that are going to be showing up. Your closer, your locking hardware might show some signs that it needs to be fixed and actually, replace a closer. But overall, this is an area of low risk of failure. If you think about the purpose of a door, does this door have a high risk, medium risk, or low risk of failing today for its purpose? Its purpose is to keep things in and keep people out, open and manage the egress. Yes, in green, I have a low risk of it failing at its mission. We got a mic.
How would you address installation deficiencies?
Oh, well, whether it was installed poorly, it's still a problem. So it's a condition that should be noted as a comment. So when you say, you know, this was undersized for the space, so it's actually hurting it, it was installed incorrectly or incorrectly grounded there, that would be a good inspection comment.
So if it's something that, like, it's not insulated right or correctly from, if it's just installed, is it, I guess I just want to be sure that that is caught. I mean, put a comment in there, but does it really stick out to what's being analyzed as, and this is an issue, we can create that. There's not really anything else.
If it's impacting its condition. So a lot of installation issues are like code compliance, like somebody built the wall and blocked the fire suppression, that's wrong. So people want to mark either the wall is red or the fire suppression is red. So this is a condition assessment, not a functional assessment. So you're not looking for code violations, but if it was installed in such a way that is actually causing damage or is not reliable, this is going to fail early because of this problem. It's a thing that will inform its condition. And then, yes, there's comments to help back that up. Now, as far as how well the comments are being harvested and used, I would say that's a good question for the program leads, because you're paying for these great descriptions and comments. What's using them? Make sure that there's a system to get the value out.
I have a question.
Yes.
What is the definition of new?
So, if we think from a life cycle perspective,
It's not that year.
it starts that year. But back to the curve, and we've got this. Here we go. How different is that 20-year thing? Yep. In year 1 is year 3. Yeah. If it still behaves, looks new, if it's still basically new, that first 2 years can be a very reasonable green plus. Because if you see, mid-green drops it down to a 95, that doesn't happen until year 7, naturally. So if you, 1 year old or 6 month old, say, well, it's not brand new, it was installed 6 months ago, drop it down to a 95, what you're going to do is going to change the shape of the curve, and builder will assume that it needs to be replaced far earlier than it actually does.
And one thing is, if something was like installed wrong, and you're there in year 1, you should probably be going back under warranty and having it addressed under warranty versus trying to address that as a builder issue. Trying to get it fixed under your warranty instead.
All right. So, again, we have over 100 people online. Please do wait for the mics. But what he said was, if you have something that was incorrectly installed and it is near new, highlight that comment and make sure to bring it up to leadership when you're doing the outbrief or whatever, because that is oftentimes something you can get the manufacturer to cover under warranty and not have to come out of your normal budget. All right. So we covered the easy green. I would caution a little bit about overuse of green minus. We actually had somebody removed from ever doing assessments because that's all they did was green minus. Might have been a bit of laziness as well, but hey, coincidentally, most scopes are written so you don't have to take a photo or write a comment as long as it's green. So it's all green, baby. All right. Yeah, so the next easier side is the red side. We have red plus, where you have severe degradation or rehab needed. Mid-red, where it's barely able to perform and a replacement is imminent. Or a total loss, hard stop, red minus. This is something that I find problematic in that people are afraid of the color red if it's not actually broken, not functional. They're just used to that color means bad. Do you remember what the condition index is of the end of design life? Is that before or after Red Plus? After. So you can have Red Plus happen before its end of design life. If you have a 25-year shingle roof, you know how that degrades over 25 years. You're at year 22, it's coming up on needing it, but still not leaking. It's still reasonably able to perform, but it's degraded. Red Plus is the right answer. And people have a really hard time with picking red if it's not actively leaking. Okay. Mid-red is that barely able to perform. That's my lunch spot on the river where the roof is sagging. It still holds out most of the water. It's still there. At a red minus, that's when it's a total loss. That's the, hurricane damage, or you see that pump is seized and completely junk. That's when you see the wall that has tumbled down. That's when you see the carpet that's torn and ripped to shreds. A tank is driven over it. It is of no salvage value. There's nothing to do but replace it. So in your green, you have preventative and minor corrective maintenance. In your red, these are things that are, if you're going to do anything, it's replace. Probably not going to fix a Red Plus roof. You're going to replace it because it's that far down. And these align to those condition indices. Now we come to the more fun and harder spots. Amber. I feel this in my back every day. Some degradation. I have better days and I have worse days. So, in your Amber Plus, you're saying minor repairs are needed. It's not a nice to have anymore. You really need to fix something. This is not corrective, that it's minor. It's like you should do something, but it's not extensive. In mid-amber, you're going to have multiple repairs that are often needed. It's not just one isolated thing. And in amber minus, this is your last shot at a major repair before I need to replace it. Yes? What?
This is where when builders get a little bit different about the definitions of repair. What do you mean with repair? Because all the time what I hear with repair with builder is the major renewal of the system.
So this is not the work item repair talk. Remember when we were talking about the year installed for that generator, and it was a 1960s generator, but it had been renewed, recapitalized in the 80s, so it was really only a 40-year behaving generator. When we get to the afternoon, we talk about a repairing in builder. It's a full renewal, full recap. This is not that. This is just, hey, that door, I need a new closer, and the lock needs to be adjusted. Hey, that type of repair. Yes. Yep. So, in your assessor training, we go through picture after picture. The one thing I will say is calibration is key. You're never going to be consistent from one person to the other without them calibrating against each other. They need to spend a couple of days walking around. If you have 3 guys that are people that are doing electrical assessments in this installation at the same time, the first day should be, all right, let's walk through the worst building together. Amber plus, green minus. Only one person is recording it, but all 3 are aligning in their understanding of the direct rating. Consistency is absolutely key. You don't want to be doing your outbrief and go, why is this barracks exterior amber and this one red? They're the same damn thing, installed in the same year, done this, Bob kind of was having a bad day. No, you really want to make sure that they're calibrated. To make it a little bit simpler, we always say start with which color first. Is it in the preventative maintenance? Is there major corrective maintenance? Or do I need to replace? But the other way to say it is, do I have loss of function? What's the primary function of your roof? Just keep the water out, right? So, do I have leaking? Do I have a loss of its primary duty? Secondarily, there's aesthetics. There's other things to consider. So, hey, they dented up the gutters. There's some flashing issues. Like, well, it's not leaking, so it hasn't lost its primary function, but there is a secondary issue at hand that should be addressed. So, if you have loss of your primary function in a significant manner, if that roof is leaking a lot, that is red minus. If you have no loss of a secondary or primary function of that roof, it's green plus. And then you just kind of work down your axes. This is challenging to get right. This is not easy, but it is not subjective. There should be an objective methodology that people with the same amount of expertise see the same thing and rate it in the same way. And you're going to say, well, how are they having X-ray vision? I lean back to, if you need X-ray vision to provide an inspection of any value, don't inspect. Let the inventory model do its work. Your observation, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Mike. Your observation is one data point. I would also say that looking at the maintenance records, talking to people in the building, you're going to be able to inform things that are often hard to understand. Hey, do you guys have any fire alarms that are false positives that have gone off in the last year? You guys sat here all the day. Do you see any faults or anything going on with your electrical system? Anything spark when you plug it in? So you can ask these types of questions. You can see on that chiller when it was last serviced. All right, they've been changing oil. They've been changing the filter. Nobody's complaining of anything. I have a high confidence that it's in this zone at this time.
Hey, Kurt.
Yep.
Is it on?
Yep.
I have a question. What expectations does builder have for inspections? And this might be a subtle question, but does builder expect that the inspectors have tools, hands-on, or is it just all visual?
So some of this is guidance by agencies or what their expectation is. Most scopes I've seen call it a rapid visual assessment. If you think about what would be required to actually do a full assessment of a cooling tower, it's an afternoon job, right? Like you've got to break it all down, check the levels, check the chemicals in the water. Like it's a lot. They can't really expect an afternoon to be spent on one piece of equipment when you need to do 2 billion square feet. So then that's just one example. But I will say that most scopes I've heard call it a rapid visual assessment in that you're taking the data that's been made available to you, your past maintenance records, your in-briefs, things people know are failing. You walk around, you visually identify it, you verify that it's there and functioning, and then as much as you can glean from a condition, document. So as far as having tools, I think most would say don't open up a panel if there's an element of outside of your scope. Don't go in any confined spaces, even ladders. If you can't see the roof, I've seen people use poles to get a picture or try to look at it from another building. But if it's a sloped roof, nobody's been asked that I've seen to get tie off and go up on a steep slope building to assess its condition. You do what you can visually at a reasonable pace. And that's why the direct ratings are so important, is that you need to be able to move quickly. If you are spending all afternoon on one piece of equipment or one architectural element, it's probably not going to be an assessment that you can afford, and you'd be better off building a new building. This does lead some conversation to who's the right person to do my inspections. I've seen scopes written that mandate PEs and architects, registered architects. I've seen other that do it differently, I would say that you have to have a familiarity with the uniformat system that you are looking at. If you don't know about electrical elements and you go into these rooms of a hospital or a major lab, you're not going to be able to understand the general design enough to be able to really adequately inventory. The inspection is almost secondary. You have to put people in the field that from a visual perspective, that they know the difference between an air handler and an air conditioner. And where to find its capacity, because that's what builders can ask for. If they start doing a Google search on a serial number and they don't know how to check the tag and they do a conversion between tonnage and CFM, like if they're new enough that they can't get to that what is this question, they probably shouldn't be in the field. And that's hard, because especially with the age gap, I mean, even people that are fresh out of college from a design, they don't see the same type of equipment being built in the 1950s. So look at the inventory that you're working with and then know how much experience of what type of experience would be the best for your usage. There was some conversations about colors on a curve. I like this one again just because it helps visualize what's happening over time and why you're going to see a lot, maybe more green than you expect, and it's natural and normal. Amber is the hardest to do because it happens in the shortest amount of time. You can show up 1 week and it's mid-amber, and then 2 weeks later it's amber minus, really, because it's just on that threshold. From a QA perspective, anything that is one, direct rating scale up or down than we would have observed, nobody's pushing back on that. It's 2 and 3, like, really? That 1920s roll-up door that hasn't moved in 50 years, you're going to say that that's green minus? Probably not. If you're a color away, if you think green, we think red, we're going to push back. We're going to have a dialogue. And remember, as a quick reminder, that red plus is above the dotted line. Don't be afraid of pushing red plus when something is severely degraded and needs a major rehab or needs to be replaced soon. I look at this chart and I also think about likelihood of failure. So from that 10, if I subtract 100, it's almost like a 90% failure that year. 90+% failure in that next year or two. At that 30, I have a 70% chance of it failing in the next year or two because it's barely able to perform, back to that definition. At a 50, seems like a toss-up. It'll probably work for maybe a year, maybe not. Like it's 50-50. As you go up that scale, that mid-green only has a 5-point gap to 100, so it's like a 95% reliability. So that's not official Searle guidance. It's just kind of how I look at it. Builders trying to mitigate risk to help you get funding that you need. In your inspections, there's the ability to make a comment. I mentioned that we're not talking about distress surveys today, but oftentimes in the scopes, people like the names of those distresses used in comments. So just get used to knowing the difference. Our inspector training goes quite detailed into, excuse me, what is the difference between a crack and a damage? Is it a hole or is it broken? Well, the hole kind of makes it broken, so kind of both, but there is a unique and individualized definition for each one. For example, in Builder, a hole must be purposely made. It can't just be something that's cracked and generated a gap. And the difference between, cracked and, basically each one, something that's clogged is kind of a blockage. Corrosion is specifically the breakdown of the raw material. So, take the time to get consistent in your distresses.
Should there be a distress at 4, we were talking stress where it really describes that scenario?
So, actually, we wrote the guidance for the Coast Guard, and we put exactly that distress type in. These are the standard ones in the software, but you can certainly add additional ones. These are just text that you type in when you're making a comment. Age-related distress is a reasonable thing to put in, especially if you're forced to assess something that the only thing you can come up with that's wrong is that it's old. But then again, I would also lean to maybe don't inspect. Just let the model work. And this leads to the official slide where I get to talk about age-based inspections. From a high-level perspective, an age-based inspection is no inspection. That's not to say that you don't do your assessment. So a builder assessment includes inventory and sometimes inspection. But sometimes the best understanding of its current condition is based upon the inventory model, not your picking of a color. If you have a foundation underneath this building, I have not seen cracks, shifting, ponding, any elements that I can say I know anything intelligent about the foundation of this facility, except for the fact that it's over 150 years old. So I'm going to just put that inventory in, say that I am deferring to the age as a inventory comment and not inspect. And that doesn't mean that I'm not looking at it. But what that means is after I'm done looking at it and I've done my assessment, I'm not going to pick a color. Looking back at that, electrical panel, fire pump, things that have interior workings that you don't know about, or the generator that's not running, you can say, well, I validated its year, I've looked at it, but nobody's willing to tell me anything about it. Nobody will tell me flip it on, if it works or not. I don't have anything of value to add. I'm going to let the model do its work to think, well, based upon a 30 years old, where does builder think it will be based upon its design life?
So I've done inspections and rated it, and now I took this training and I'm like, I probably should have left it blank and kept the age model. So can you change that? Because I selected a bunch of kind of stuff.
You can delete inspections.
Okay, and then it would default back to its age-based.
Yep. Go. Oh, sorry, I didn't wait for the mic.
What if
Throw
it's-
something at me.
What if it's been expected, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and was given green, or green minus or something, and then you get to it now? I mean, do you have to put a new inspection to move it down? Because if you leave it, is it just going to default to the old green, even though you think maybe it's not, but you don't know enough?
So the question was around, if I looked at it 5 years ago and it was green, but I don't really have a lot of knowledge to add to that, do I have to inspect it again? Builder will say, time has happened in that last 5 years, and if it's a short design life thing, like 35, 30 years old, you'll see it's no longer in that mid-green. It'll trickle into the amber range after 5 years. So builder still uses the most recent inspection and will degrade it every day. Every day that you log in a builder, things look a little worse. So if you think that that was its best data point to plan from, you can still leave an inventory comment that says, looked at it again in 2020, nothing new to add. The one caution I'll put on the deleting all the inspections is if you do have good comments or good photos, you might want to move them to inventory first, just so you don't lose some of the data points.
I got a quick question on
Oh, Mike.
So, how is the inspection process tied in with the preventive maintenance Because if you've got a good preventive maintenance program and a good work order system, and it's able to talk to builder, not live, but you can backfeed like Maximo.
Yeah.
So will that change anything in there, or do you still have to do inspections and actually capture it that way?
So some organizations have linked their maintenance system to Builder to be able to get a preventative maintenance inspection to feed Builder.
Right, that's
But-
what we're doing.
But there is caution that you need to recognize the people doing the preventative maintenance need to understand how Builder thinks. Because if they change a belt because it was squeaky or needed to go, but they haven't addressed the rest of the pump, they might say, well, it's green, belt's fixed. Well, it's still a 30-year-old pump. There's more things that are of the age that would say probably not green with just a belt fix. So I would just say be cautious or have a more involved training of what do the different direct ratings mean. So if you pass a preventative maintenance inspection to Builder, that it's doing life cycle planning, not maintenance updates. It's just requires a little bit different view.
Right, because I'm assuming like for a pump or something, I'm sure the builder program takes in the life cycle and the age. So say for a pump, if it expects you to replace the belts, it expects you to do certain things, so it really wouldn't change the overall.
So people have asked that, like,
It can't get to what it's supposed to.
right, on the life cycle, does Builder expect perfect PMs or no PMs or somewhere in between? The design lives are based upon manufacturers and surveys, so it's an average of all usage. So it is not necessarily directly connected to your preventative maintenance or corrective maintenance as far as changing a belt or a hose. But if it's a expensive big product, then yes, it's going to assume that there is a certain amount of that done, and then your inspection is of the condition of the entire thing. So don't let one hose or one compressor inform the entire condition of the package unit. The package unit is still going to be a 30-year package unit and need to be totally replaced, even when you do little things here and there. But certainly, you'll see that there is a high need and high value of connecting your maintenance operations with Builder sustainment, because there's a lot of valuable information that you could harvest to make sure that Builder's accurate. Just the fact that you've replaced a roof. I mean, that's fairly clear. You don't need it to be nuanced. It's just the old one's gone, the new one's been put in. It's an inventory update, and it would be a dramatic improvement to the Builder data quality. All right, and we are down to the last 5 minutes / 3 minutes. So log back into Builder, and let's add an inspection to our loading dock. Do you have any other questions? Oh,
Let's say that building, you do a conversion, right? And that is not part of the function of the building now. Because, let's say, for example, that in that building you do a conversion.
mm-hmm.
And that is not needed now for that building to function. What do you do with that?
Do you want it fixed?
It's no longer the original function of the building.
I know, but would you fix it? If you had the money, would you fix it?
No?
Then
You
don't.
need it no more.
Then I would say it's an abandoned in place equipment, and therefore it could be a deleted section. If it's not asking for money, don't put it in Builder. So, all right, so my request for you is to inspect this. You can push a button, it groans at you. If you've driven a tractor, you know that, hydraulic groan. Extensive rust throughout. And let's go into Builder and add an inspection. Still love that I'm logged in. All right. Where do we see the magic inspection button? We've just added it. This is a little bit of a nuance that's not necessarily obvious. We're in the inventory tab because that's what's highlighted yet orange. You have to go to the condition side. And you'll see that we have an inspection that was tied to the original install date. Now you have to hit new. I am the person doing the inspection. I'm looking at the picture today. I'm going to pick a direct rating, leave it fine, and pick your color. So, we see the loading dock. We hear struggle to operate, and extensive rust. Anybody want to be brave and call out their direct rating, color? I hear red plus. I hear amber. Question was, how old is it? Does it matter? Builder is condition. I mean, you still put in the age of 2005, I believe, so you know it. But really, the condition is its condition. Now, the age is going to give you hints about things that you don't see. But if you're able to actually push the button. So I heard red plus. I heard amber minus.
Is it working?
It struggles to operate with noises, but it does operate. So I'm hearing more red. So we have severe degradation, rehab needed, or barely able to perform, not feasible to repair, replacement is needed. Well, that's mid-red. So, this is the reason that we calibrate. We all just went through the discussion of these definitions, and then we got in front of it. You have to have an opportunity to bounce these off. Say it out loud. We actually make cards, if you ever attend to our training, that you can go back, like, what is the definition? Because I heard barely able to perform, and that is specifically red, but he was using it as a justification of plus because it was still performing. Our minds are like that. We get used to what we've known, what we've seen. So read the definitions, read them out loud, say it out loud, and then have it bounced off of another person that's been in the field longer than you, that's seen other data. You don't want your inspections to stand out in the crowd. And then if you can justify it, anything within 1 or 2 color scales, I probably wouldn't have gone with amber. I think that this is the barely able to function. It moves, but not like it should. And extensive rust throughout. It's in the red category. I think that there's a clear judgment of the speed of movement and how loud the sounds are to say, is it red plus or mid-red? But that's what we're looking at. So, pick your color. Don't pick green minus. Now leave a comment. Your convention. Whatever it may be. So, your guidance is going to tell you what your comments need to say, how detailed it is. Don't get into project planning and trying to tell them that they've got to do swing spaces. They need to, bring in a crane or this is why it's the condition that it is. Especially in the red category, you could put probably 13 different distresses, but a picture tells 1,000 words. Your time is valuable. Take a photo, leave a brief comment, and move on. All right. So now I've officially taken you over. I'm sorry. It is 11:30. So based upon our agenda, we will be back here 1 o'clock, where we take the next step to say, all right, we have the information in, we have inspections, we have an understanding of its condition. Show me the money. That's the afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. See you in an hour and a half. let's hear it for the electrical system on a 170-year-old building able to handle, what? 50 outlets on a single single circuit? Ah, hey, yeah. If anybody's with the fire code or electrical code, don't tell on me. I'm sure this many power strips on one outlet is fine. So this morning, we spoke about the basics of adding inventory, how it's structured through the organization, the site, to the building, system, component, and section. Learn about why it's so important to get the accuracy of that quantity dialed in, why we name it what we do to get back there, and how overall you must be consistent with your organizational standards to get consistent results. Then we went into inspections. Direct ratings are the only ones of real use in Builder that I've heard of, other than one example. Please don't use star surveys. And how you can still have a human intervention on something that is really not a subjective answer. Where it is in its life cycle, how much risk you have, with all the same knowledge, should be the same answer regardless of who's in front of that piece of equipment. The inspections are a refinement of your life that tells you when something's going to come up for needing work. And really that leads us all into the afternoon. So, if you're on the ground doing the inspections, you're about how to gather inventory and how to get it in the right way and how to make sure everything is consistent. From the headquarters perspective or from the after the assessment is over, this is the afternoon for you where we talk about, all right, show me the money. How do I get information out? How do I use it for what I'm trying to accomplish? So, this is kind of a little bit more advanced, and typically, again, this is like a 3-day training. It could be a college course level because this software was written by PhDs that all got their doctorate through their configuration and setup of the site. So they think everybody's a PhD. It's very exciting. But we're going to go through how to set up really simple standards, a simple policy to enforce that, put that into your system as this is my work requirements, as my organization. And then we're going to run that through those standards and policies, run your sections through your standards and policies, generate your work plan, and show you what happens when you actually resolve a work item. While work items seem like a natural utilization to work with the output of Builder, what actually ends up happening a lot of times is just running scenarios. Give me my 5-year plan. We heard about people trying to do POMs, budgetary estimates of 7 years out. Builder is really good at generating those defendable action plans that have multi-years. So we're going to talk about how to do that in scenarios, actually be able to run one in your site, talk about the difference between constrained and unconstrained to be able to get the output. That's the meat. We're going to then take a break, get into a little bit of reviews of like what's the difference between Builder BCI and FCI again, because this is a survey class, and then looking into the data through custom reports. Real quick, we are all used to hearing things like I have an HVAC standard or I have, expectations for my building condition. In this case, Builder is different. Every individual section is the one that is tested to see, does it meet my requirements? Do I need to generate work or can I let it go for another couple years? So, while you have groups at the system and component, remember that your test is always at the section level. And quick review, your section has a life cycle. That life cycle aligns to how many years of remaining service life you have. And this is what we're going to be using. Oh, let me. I thought I'd started from the first slide, but remember that our top area that we logged into Builder is the work configuration, work plan scenarios. We didn't actually click into those in the morning. This is where we're going to get into that. So all your organizational expectations you get to set in your work configuration. Your traditional FCA, where we talked about in the morning, where you have a clipboard, people go out and tell you what's wrong, you're going to do to fix it, how much it's going to cost. Nobody that does the Builder FCA tells you what's good enough or not. They just say, this is what it is and this is its condition. It's up to the organization to say, is this good enough or not? The interior of a warehouse has a different condition expectation requirement than the interior of a hospital. Your air quality might be different requirements in a lab than something like a dormitory. So you, as the organization that owns the Builder data, get to say, these are my requirements. This is what's good enough for me. I know what building type it's in. I know the condition. I know how many years of remaining service life. I'm going to set the rules. So that's the base kind of approach that this Searle team used when they created Builder. Not everything is measured the same, but let's take, for example, that we wanted to put a standard that said our roof coverings, we don't want to allow drop below a 58. That gives us a little bit of notice before the end of life, and we get to say, I'm going to look for an opportunity for repair at that threshold. So Builder will do its thing. It will understand the condition of that roof section. As it approaches that end of a condition that you are acceptably pleased with, it will trigger a repair. Or replacement. That replacement or repair activity is based upon your standards. You get to improve its condition and extend life. Builder is a sustainment management system. It is about, what do I need to do to extend the life of my buildings? Everything in this world is a candidate for, can I repair it, can I replace it? How it thinks. And we'll get into the mechanics, actually play around, but I want to give you the theory first. Remember that in your facility or in your site, you have hundreds of these sections. These are the little angle pipe icons. We know a lot of things about your sections. We know where it is in the site as far as which building it's in. We know which system it's in. We know its condition, remaining service life. We know lots and lots of things, and it's a nice structured data set. We get to use that structured data to say, pass that through a test. This is our rules engine. This is our test. We have our standard expectations for condition and remaining service life. We apply that to different areas through our policies, and we say, yes, no. Do I need money or do I not? Does it meet my expectations for condition? Does it meet my standards, or does it fail? Everything is a yes-no test on work generation. You put it in the rules, and then it's just a matter of yes-no. This rule refinement can be a multi-day endeavor for your different agency. We had some great working sessions. With Department of Energy, we had multi-day sessions where we went through. They have mission dependency index, a kind of building criticality measure, a huge amount of value that we can use to do different standards. So this is not meant to replace that working session where we talk about your individual organization needs, but I want you to understand how the system works. You set consistent expectations, pass all your sections through that, and it spits out the same number every time. This is why, from a budgetary justification expectation setting, that it's reliable. It's not somebody's opinion. No one says, hey, I think that roof project should be added to the list in 3 years. I think we need a new boiler. Well, when you boil that up, pun intended, to the headquarters level across billions of square feet, and you say, well, we have 3,000 people that all made individual judgment calls, so give us this many dollars, please. Well, can I talk to every one of those 3,000 people? Do I believe every one of those 3,000 people that were in those project review boards? Is it trustworthy? Here, your system, your database of facility assets, as accurate or inaccurate as it is, is run through a standard, methodical, auditable test to generate your work, which generates dollars. So from a financial planning perspective, it gives you a little bit more confidence that this is not somebody's bright idea, this is really systematically generated. Now that we have our list of work items, let's put them in priority order. Anybody have an idea of like why we might want to prioritize things? Money, right?
We are constrained.
I have done training for 10 years, and I did have one client go, oh, everything we submit, we get done. Launch stool. They were like, yeah, if we create a project, it gets funded. But for what Launch Stool Medical Center does and where it's in, I was okay with that. But for the rest of us that have limits on what we can submit and get approved, we might want to prioritize our work and show what bubbles up to the top. Every one of these things that is showing up as a work item is your sections. So it doesn't necessarily know or care that one is a section of lights and the other is a cooling tower. It's going to be a different price, but priority-wise, it can still score just as high as anything else based upon your rules. So you get to say, these are my critical systems. You get to say, these are my critical building types. I want to do things that help me save money in the future. I want to do things that help energy efficiency and water utilization. Like, you get to set your rules for prioritization, and again, systematically, it will score every section and then generate a priority score, normalized between 1 and 100. So, the last and the hardest part that I've yet to see really done well is trying to say, hey builder, if I gave you this much money, how much of these things can I afford to do? We can talk about why that's really hard, but in general, it says from the top priority list and down, fund those things, and the rest you are left with needing to kick down the road for the next year. It makes sense in a theoretical statement, but when it comes to actually project execution, we typically don't work that way. You can't say, I need to just do the sink in that bathroom, and I need to just do the lighting over there, and I need to just do that one electrical component over there. You tend to bundle, group things into projects. If you have one building that's really old on one site and a bunch of buildings that are really new on another site, you don't exclusively do work in one location and completely ignore the other, even though they might be at a higher priority. Like it's just not something that's easy to do at the federal level, at a high level. So, but the engine is there. Remember that every section is what is tested. So, back into Builder, back to the inventory side. If you look at my loading dock, it's set to a green standard, saying I want to look for a repair at 95, and I want to look for a replacement when I have 0 years of remaining service life. So, we are at 0 years of remaining service life. This is my standard. This is going to show up as a project that needs to be replaced. Anybody see anything that looks a little odd about this one or a danger about this standard? 95 is really high standard to set for a repair. That means that if you pick it mid-green, it's going to show up asking for money. A client early on was like, man, we want everything on our buildings green, so that means everything needs to be above 90. And that was their standard. Repair or replace anything that dropped below 90. And all of a sudden, they were just asking for everything to get worked on in any building that's older than 10 years old. Not really reasonable. So you have to be careful when you're setting your standards that you don't set something too high that's generating money early on in its life. For this example, the work for replacement is appropriate, but I would never set anything to a standard where I'm looking for repair even in that mid-green. It's just going to trigger money, and people are going to be like, it looks great, there's nothing for me to do. And then lastly, from the theory perspective, we have scenarios. This work plan process where I said we take every section, run it through your standards and policies, say, hey, what should get worked on? Which fails do I have? Put that into a work plan, put it in priority order from the top down, fund what I can, kick down the can what I can't. In a scenario, you can do that process up to 10 years, where it's like, figure out what I have at the end of this year. How much money do I need? Okay, how much money did I get? Great. Everything that isn't fixed gets a little worse the next year. Now, what failed my standards and policies? What can I accomplish? Kick it on to the next year. This is a long process of just running through the numbers. It's just lots and lots of math. Small equations repeated a million times. This scenario engine is the #1 output of Builder. It's also one of the more fragile elements of Builder. So be aware that this is something that is not going to be able to be covered in an afternoon appropriately. To be able to digest and understand how to set up and configure a scenario, run it reliably, and then get the output that you want takes a little bit of time. I would recommend teaming up with somebody that's done it a while, and then once you have your standards set, you can rerun them a million times without needing support. The most typical way of running a scenario is to say, I am unconstrained. This is basically saying, I have all the money, assume that I do everything immediately. It's a theoretical happy state. So you will see that first year, you generate work, your FCI is perfect because you funded everything. The next year, FCI is perfect. You accomplished everything. The following year, every year, regardless of condition or anything else, if you say this is an unconstrained scenario, your facility condition index is perfect because you have no outstanding needs. Your building condition index is going to fluctuate. Typically, your first year, you have a bump because you've done work, BCI has gotten better, and then it'll typically trend down. There are still sections that you don't do work on that are going to pull that condition down over time. That's the architectural elements typically. Can we get a mic? 1 second.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're probably going to get there, but the unconstrained scenario, it's not realistic.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
So,
why even bother going to that scenario?
good question. If you are going to Congress and saying, hey, I have 50 million square feet of facility assets, I'm going to ask for this much money to address my needs. The unconstrained scenario, every work item only shows up once, and then you can just get that list of all the asks that you put out. And so it's just an easier math thing to say, hey, this is my request from Congress. This is my best case scenario. You give me all this money, and here are the things that I can do that have been identified by Builder.
Just to follow up to that, so if I'm trying to work out scenarios, I'm constrained, I'm 100% funded.
1 second, sorry, just the.
So with the unconstrained scenario, I estimate I'm 100% funded. Can I run a scenario where, what if I get 50% of the funding to do all these projects? What would the output be like?
That's a great transition. Don't worry, you'll get your payment later. You know, I got you. If you have an idea of how much money you expect to be able to spend on builder work items, you can tell builder, hey, do my top priority things first and spend this many millions of dollars per year. You can even create some rules on how that money is spent. But you have these funding sources that you can apply. This is really, really hard to actually make logical because the prioritization and the funding are really hard to align. But it's good for a mental exercise. We had a client that was called during one of the Congress showdowns that said, hey, what would happen if we cut your sustainment by 90%? Just, yeah, you know, not that anything would really happen, but what if? And he went through his spiel of, you know, he knew what was going to happen. Basically, they'd have to turn off their lights, lock the doors, and tell people they couldn't come in because they wouldn't be safe after a year or two. And here, I can actually put it in. The Air Force had a huge sales pitch that got them that plus up 2 years ago that they said, hey, let's run a scenario for 25 years without any funding. Look at all our buildings. They go red. Crazy, isn't it? And they got money. I love it. I love it. Sales. But you can set a threshold that says, if you fund me to $30 million or whatever, pick your number, here is how much I expect to be able to knock out, and here's what I don't get to knock out. And so you can still show there is a payback and there is a end result. Like, these are the systems that will likely be in poor shape. These are the buildings that will be in poor shape if I actually go by the builder scenario. And you tell it how much money. Depending upon how much money you set, you might have a BCI improvement or a reduction. You might have an FCI improvement or reduction. It's all based upon your funding amounts. And remember, anything that's unfunded moves on to the next year. The benefit of scenarios from this kind of the salesy perspective is that you truly have a time value of money. Everything that you push off and kick down the year does get more expensive. You get to set an inflation rate in Builder. So you can say, look, I can repair it now, or I can replace it in 3 years for twice as much. Which would you prefer? And when you do that over a large enough database, you can actually say, look, financial people, we're on the same side. I genuinely don't want to spend money that we don't get any benefit from. If you give me money now, I don't have to ask for more later. The last way that you can constrain a scenario is by FCI target. So we talked about saying, hey, builder, if I give you this much money, how much can I do? They most recently added a feature where you can say, I don't want any of my buildings to drop below this FCI. How much money would that require? So here, the FCI is stable. It's the dollar amounts that change per year. I believe DODEA has a mandate for their FCI requirements. You know, they don't want kids in schools below a certain condition. Makes sense. So you can set, hey, I'm willing to endure this much pain of this many things kind of broken, this ratio of work to cost in my facilities of 80. That's something that's sustainable. I think I can meet my mission with that. Hey, builder, how much money would that take for the next 10 years to just maintain that stable 80 for every facility? So conceptually, makes sense? I'm getting some nods. All right. So you all have your own site. You can all play with, establish your own set of standards and policies. Quick reminder, your permissions are here at the site level. So I'm going to create one called Fix It when I'm supposed to fix it and when it's supposed to expire. It seems like a basic, easy standard to set. What that means is I'm not going to look for a repair, but I am going to look for a replacement only when it gets to 0 years of remaining service life. You can safely ignore the paint. Not everything are good candidates for repair, but there are some that are. So I'm going to look for a repair, and then I want to say, hey, these projects might take a little while to fund and execute. Give me a year notice. And that says I'm going to look to replace that section when I have 1 year of remaining service life. You can set as many years as you like, but a word of caution. We had carpeting with like an 8-year design life, and we would put it into our interior finishes of a high sensitivity building. And it was like 3 years of RSL. So in one scenario, that carpet would show up 3 times, and it would kind of throw people off. Like, well, short life things can get replaced often, but you probably aren't going to do it every 3 years. So make sure that this is more of a, I need this time to plan and execute, not it's repeatedly getting done multiple times in the same scenario. We're not doing functionality, but know that for your scenario to work, it must have a functional standard place. So everybody able to, within their site, create a standard if they wanted to, if you're able to play around. The names can be whatever it helps for you to understand what we're trying to accomplish. What could we look at within Builder to identify something as repairable or not? Like maybe a water heater is something that's not necessarily easy to identify for repair. You're not going to open up, change out the elements on most water heaters. Maybe a roof, you could. So what would allow you to say, these are things that I think I want to look for an opportunity to fix versus the things I want to wait to their end of life and just replace them when they're expired? Any guesses? I like component. System can work as well. I'll try to repair roof systems. I won't try to repair my electrical system. But sometimes when the HVAC, it gets a little bit broad. But remember, we're not testing a system. What we're doing is saying every section in this system, I want to look for the ability to repair. And this is just an example. These aren't necessarily complex or anything close to what anybody else is doing. I will say Many people are looking for some sort of building criticality to say, I have different standards for different building types. If you know your facility FAC code, maybe my warehouses are less important than my office buildings, so you can go by FAC. If you have populated emission dependency index, which is a score of how critical your facility is, you can set high, medium, and low standards at the building level, or even at different systems within the building based upon mission dependency index. I really like MDI because it allows you to not only say, these have different expectations, not all buildings are measured the same, but also when I get work, I really want to prioritize those work items in high mission dependency index facilities. It's a control tower or a data center, and you cannot accomplish your mission without that data center being up and running. Why should it be measured at the same space as the mobile office that you just rolled in off the street? So that is your policy, where you say, these are the standards that I'm going to have enforced against these things. That's your filter. Sorry, I put on the coat in the afternoon because I knew that this was going to be boring. You had to look at something that looked more important. It's not as exciting as the Paul material that I tried to cover in the morning, but it's hard. It's just a lot of knobs and buttons. If you think about what those boardrooms of people that were making decisions to say, hey, we've got a roof over here, we have a chiller over here, what are we going to do, and how are we going to prioritize that? How are we going to decide whether it's good enough or not? There's a lot of brain power that went into that. And now we're trying to put all of that brain rules into a magic black box so you can push a button. It kind of has to be a little bit complicated for it to gather any sort of ability to actually do real numbers. So there's a give and take there. So your policy sequence allows you to say, I have multiple rules and filters that I want to apply. For us, we're only going to worry about one. So we're going to select just that policy. But if you remember, I didn't hit all the drop-downs for every system. But that's okay. I have a default. Anything that I don't set to a special rule is just going to say, at the end of its design life, look for replacement. And don't forget to hit save. You can have as many filters on this as you'd like. The Marine Reserves, we did this exercise in an afternoon, and they were very much so end of life, end of life, end of life, end of life. And and then he's like, well, interior finishes or interior construction doors, cipher lock doors. Man, we really can't let those things fail. If it's behind a cipher lock, there's probably something important we need to keep secure. We don't want it to break down. We want to set a higher condition expectation for that. You can create a policy for special things at the very end that trumps everything else that says, hey, if it's this material category, this component subtype, apply this special rule. As granular as you want to get, it will allow you to. It's just not fun. And software training is nothing if not fun. So we have, at every one of your sites, to be able to set your policy sequence. Different organizations, even within the same site, same website database, can have a different, set of rules that they run against. This doesn't seem to be the case. For Builder, getting a good set of rules just for one department is hard enough. Try to have multiple, Fort Hood have this standard and Fort Benning have that standard. That would be bad. So it's always set at the top org, but for the training, you guys can set it at your site. All right, so any questions real quick before we actually go in to try to generate work items and see if it works? In your work plan is where you can see your work items after you generate. Builder extends the date to the end of the fiscal year and says, hey, as things get worse for this one building at the end of the year, these are going to be your conditions, these are going to be your remaining service lives, and so therefore, these are the things that fail. As you create more sections, obviously, this work plan list gets longer. If you had permissions at the top org and we have 3,000 buildings, you're going to see this list go 3,000 buildings long. That loading dock that we added and then inspected has a projected CI at 30 because I picked mid-red, which means it has 0 years of remaining service life. That failed my standard. Therefore, it's showing that I should replace this work item. You see that it's a replace here. And if you want to look at some analysis, they even charted it for you. Remember, it was installed in 2005. It was perfect. Then life happened. Worse, 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 up until our inspection. Anyone notice something different about this curve than mine? The bottom level, the axis for condition index starts at 40. Mine, I usually show all the way down to 0. So this theoretical curve drops below where you can see because it's a 30 right now. And then we have options. You can say, I'm going to repair this, which is, sadly for our Ishmael, a full recapitalization. If you say in the builder work item, I'm going to repair something, it's not a hose, a belt, or just a moderate minor thing. It is a full renewal to near new. Takes it up to a 95. And then you'll get it some more life. If I replace it, it takes it up to perfect, and you get the full original design life. Anyone guess as to why the new design life is longer than our original one? We inspected it. You weren't here for the inspection. We inspected this section, and I gave it a 30. So I lowered its life because it was in worse shape than Builder thought it would be. So because of my inspection, we shortened the life. If I replace it with just the exact same thing, it assumes you're going to get the full original plan design life, which is 20 years. This is not an integrated work management system. You can look in here, you can add lots of comments, you can put in a work request ID. There's lots of things that you can do in here to try to track it through its progress. You can change its status 12 different times. I would caution you to say, Builder is best when you just manage your inventory and manage your inspections. Keep it current, keep it accurate, up to date with this is what I have, and this is what its current condition. Because no matter what, every time you ask for the next funding scenario, give me my next year's POM, if you have a good inventory and a good inspection, you have good numbers. The one outside opportunity that I will say is if you take this work item, load it into a work management system, give it a task ID, and then later come back and tell Builder, either through an API call or just through yourself, and say, oops, this is completed, and save. Builder will then take that and say, you now have a brand new dock leveler. Congratulations, your condition is green, you have a new 20-year design life ahead of you, you don't need to ask for more money.
Do you have to put a date completed, or does it assume it's the day you did it? Clicked on?
It asks for a date completed. So, in the work management section, what I oftentimes tell people to focus on is really look at your costs, look at where they are, and this is where you're trying to say, Builder's trying to push large blocks of money into my electrical system. Or I see that I should probably put together a project. I got 15 roofs that are failing in the next 3 years. Maybe I should plan something around that. Hey, our finishes are really rough and we're having a hard time recruiting. Maybe we should put together a project. Look at all of the areas where we have red interior finishes. It's obviously not going to compare with Google when we're trying to secure the same young talent. So, your abilities to sort and filter through work is really how are you trying to tell the story to justify the budget that's going to be able to help you meet your mission. So that is the work plan, and I'm going to next show you scenarios. The land of the master planner, so you all have permissions to be able to create your own scenario. Try that one more time. Oh. The reason I had to stop and zoom out is this create button is easily hidden. You can't create a scenario without the ability to see the create button, and you can't move this little window around. I always like to provide some convention on naming that allows me to know when I ran this. You'll find that when you have the database that's been going for 5, 7, 8 years now, what seemed obvious at the time, 5 years later, and all of a sudden you're like, oh man, I don't even know how to find what I just ran. So find a normal naming convention that you can sort through. This is for the office. The first question that I ask you is, how many years would you like to look ahead? What facilities would you like to include? That's everything. The copy first year just means that, hey, we completed that work item in our work plan. Do you want me to ask for it again in the scenario, or do you want me to leave it as completed? You can set a different policy sequence just for your scenario. Occasionally, people have this internal battle when they're creating standards and policies. They say, well, I want to show Congress that I have crumbling superstructure and foundations and walls. There's risk, there's dollars. This is going to help me prove to them that we need to get rid of these older buildings. So I want it in my work plan. And then there's also the audience that says, hey, but we're never actually going to execute that project. So generate only work in the type of systems that we generate work in. So while it's a little bit of talking out of both sides of your mouth, you can create a set of standards and policies that you just use in your scenario, but you don't ever show to your local facility staff. This is the real ask. If I did everything right, I would absolutely lift this building up, scrape out the concrete, pour a brand new slab, set the building down. I'm not going to do it, but they should know that it should be done so that we can get some of these older facilities off of our plate. My policy sequence, yeah, it's the demo. Here you get to say, am I running unconstrained, or do I want to use a funding source? And then work carryover, don't worry about it, and then inventory events, you can say, my facility X is going to be decommissioned in 3 years. Don't put new money in that facility after that time. Not necessarily intuitive, but creating the scenario doesn't automatically make it run. You actually need to tell Builder, because this has the ability to generate a lot of activity on the server. If you think about, you can run this at the top organization level for millions, billions of square feet. That's a lot of math. So kick it off, walk away, have lunch. If it's a large organization, come back. I've seen 15-hour-long scenarios these days. They used to be 8+ hours on a long scenario. You'd kick it off and leave for the day. So it's gotten much better. And you see that this is only one site with one building. By the time I click away and get back to try to run the report, it'll already have been done. And it tells you what it's doing while it's doing it. Yes. Well, can we get you a mic? We could throw it, but then I have a feeling the different liability issues of it. All right.
Oh, good, I almost forgot what I was gonna ask. Okay, will this run, like you have to keep Builder open on your computer, so you can do other things, or if you walk away, you know, if your computer shuts down or goes to sleep, it's gonna stop running, or is it still running in the background?
No, it is absolutely still running in the background. So when you kick off that job, you notice the first step was queued. It only tries to run one scenario at a time, but it will run for several hours. There's no session that stays active for several hours. So yes, once you hit start, you're free to go, like I said, go eat lunch, go take a walk, get some coffee, log out, and it's working in the background. Scenarios doesn't require you to sit there and babysit it. That would be problematic. The big challenge at this point is now what? So we have a scenario, but no good way of looking at that data. So you can copy all those work items into your work plan, which is kind of fun because then you get to see every year different items. There you go back. But where most people find themselves wanting to extract data is through a custom report. So I actually put this slide in here. Every server that I've seen has some sort of a scenario report. This is ours. If you don't have it and you want it, let us know. First, you have to tell Builder what scenario do you want to look at, so it has to help you find it. And then you pick, do I want to include your functionality index and performance index? No, we didn't do a functionality assessment. Do I want inactive sections in my scenario? You can say no. And then do you want it broken out by system and system totals? So, go to the custom. What is selected here is what's available in your custom reports. So first you hit your scenario that says this is what I want to look at. I do not want to care about functionality or performance index. I do not care about any deactivated or decommissioned sections. And view report. This is just one table because it's only one building, but you save that to Excel. And you can see each individual section that showed up for work, what its current condition index is, how many years of remaining service life, what was its last inspection, was there an ID or a comment, and some IDs that helps with data integration. This is just one view at the data. If you want to see multiple facilities, it's nice to get that summary table to just say, hey, what's going on with this building alone? Well, I have a PRV of 1.5, and it's asking for $138,000 right away. I ran this unconstrained, so you see that after I fixed those things, nothing else showed up for needing work for 10 years. So my condition index slowly went worse, but my FCA stayed stable because there was no outstanding work. And then if you're somebody that likes to plan for projects at the site level for systems, we put together a tab that just focuses on all the Uniformat systems. Try not to get too deep into the custom reports. There was a previous summit that did nothing but demo the top Searle custom reports and the top Diagon custom reports and showed you how to get them. We have there's probably a good 80 now custom reports available across the different servers. A lot of them are really interesting, but to be able to reliably get to the data that you want is not necessarily intuitive. So go through that, find someone that's already answered that question, or go to your POC, because that's going to help you make sure that you can get the data out. All right, so it is now 2. I know we're coming back from lunch, so go stretch your legs, do some jumping jacks, have some conversations in the back, and then we'll come back just for the last push, and then we have a little bit more time for the more important part of why you're here, the conversations and networking. See you in 10. So people have been coming up. I know a lot of this is like, you know, agency specific. I've had this in my situation. I've had this in my situation. It does help to just bring those up in the group setting. Don't feel shy. Many have had similar issues, and they might know how to get around it. You know, scenarios won't work for me. Have you tried this? Have you tried that? It's fragile. So we did talk about how to generate work items, how to run it through a long-term look ahead. What we didn't talk about is prioritization. I really think that this is kind of an underutilized feature of Builder in that it can help bubble up things that you might want to look at earlier. So in your work configuration, you see these prioritization schemes. If you navigate down to your site, you have the ability to kind of create a new scheme. This name is anything that makes sense to you. There you go. Thanks for jumping in. I'm going to go back. So work configuration, prioritization schemes. Go to your site, and then add one. The icons give you a little bit of a tip as to what it's trying to do. So if you say, hey, this is a target, this is my main objective. Now, what am I trying to do? From a prioritization element, no preformed text, it might give you a tip. What might you go in that roundabout table when someone's trying to compare a boiler or a roof project? What might give one priority or the other? Pardon me? Criticality. So how do we know the criticalness of the boiler? System. Sure. So in the component section, we know what system it's in. What else might we heard? I heard someone say condition, like what's in worse shape? I'm going to look at the component section. Section CI. What else do we have the ability to look at in Builder? I heard somebody say importance or criticality. There we go, the building's criticality. So I know not everybody uses MDI, and I know that this is a mixed environment and acronyms are flying. So Mission Dependency Index, started by the Navy, initially measuring two different things, interdependence and intradependence. They said for us to, within the Navy, know how important one facility is as compared to another, I need to know how mission critical that facility is to that installation, and then how important is that installation to the mission of the Navy. So if you are only able to fly planes with a control tower, and so that control tower is irreplaceable, that's high mission interdependence within that site. But if that site just so happens to be in Alabama and it's a training site, maybe it's not as critical as one in Florida that must be operational for mission needs. So that's how the Navy started it, and some people have used it to say, hey, this is an expensive building. Anything above $1 billion is a high MDI building. Other people have looked at it as, how quickly can I replace it? This one has got sensitive chemicals in it. I can't really do this type of work in anything else. This is a really critical facility. You, at your mission, need to understand your own measure for MDI, but if it's consistent, it can be super powerful. So instead of looking at the component section, here I'm looking at the facility. And now I have building importance to weight. What about cost? You guys ever want to just do the cheap stuff first? Pardon me? There we go. There's my low-hanging fruit. I'm going to measure the estimated work cost. Now, are all those things equal? Would you say low-hanging fruit is as equal as the building importance? So you get to evaluate, and you get to say, I want to push more importance on building importance. Low-hanging fruit, just give it to me as a tiebreaker. And then my section condition and system importance can be balanced. These sliders allow you to say, when I'm looking around the table at project A versus project B, how much weight do I put on the different things that I'm looking at? Anything that you know about Builder, about the work return on investment, the work priority score, the facility use category, if you don't have MDI, there's lots of things that we have classified in Builder that you can use to say this is a higher priority than something else.
What you just had there, won't that make low-hanging fruit be the most important? I guess I misunderstood that window there.
Oh, I didn't hit save, haha. So normalized, it only has, oh, that's right, the scale is different. It was inverse. Thank you. So I want the normalized weight to have roughly 43% weight on facility importance, 23 each on system and condition, and then only 9% on low-hanging fruit. Thank you.
Is that an order, or is that just waiting?
That's just weighting. So what it's going to do is going to give a priority score that's between 0 and 100. So how it does the math to create that normalized score, it has to weigh different elements. But we're not quite done yet, and this time I'll even hit save before I hit close. Now you get to say, what are my mission critical? Well, actually, let me start over. Let's start with system. Not every agency is going to believe, or every organization is going to have the same system importance. Maybe foundations can be down at a 70. Basement, 40. Exterior enclosure. You get to pick the scores based upon the system that it's in. And maybe interior finishes are 10. For others that have a higher criticality for interior condition, you wouldn't want to do that. So every one of these measures, even condition index, you have to physically go in and click the edit pencil, change the weighting for that element so that when you generate that priority score, it takes, well, I've gotten 80 points from this, 10 points from that, 15 points for that, normalize it all to a 100 to 1 score, and generate that priority score.
Kurt, is that point value also available based on cat code as well? Can you do that with category codes?
It was requested, but as of now, I only think that you can look at use category. There we go, cat code. They did add it. Excellent. So yes, you can go down to the individual facility cat code and weight one higher than the other. Go Searle. See, bug submissions do work. So, you set your organization objectives, change the slider to say these are the things that are more or less important for me, and then actually go in and score each individual one. For the facility cat code, one problematic area is there's roughly 3,000 in the database. So that means 3,000 pencil touches, overwrite, hit a score, save. Pencil, score, check. It's there. Not easy. But now that we have this, and I'm going to hit save again, it's funny, I think that the use, it didn't like. I might have to. But anyways, now you have a scheme, and one of the drop-downs on your site is to say what priority rule set, when I go into my work plan and hit reprioritize, do I want to use? It wouldn't be builder training if I didn't lock up the site at least once. All right, well, you're going to have to trust me while that continues to load. So once you hit your work score in your work item list, it's a little hard to see, but there is a prioritize button. Let me zoom in. Right here. So after you've generated that work item list, hit the prioritize button, and it'll go through every section, look at what system it's in, what is the facility cat code, what's the CI, what's the mission dependency index, and generate that normalized 1 to 100 score. To filter, I would like to give tips, especially on organizations with a lot of sections, not so much in the training environment where we had 4 work items, but sometimes you want to say, hey, show me all of the electrical related work items across my entire site. So you can just go into the description, type electrical, and hit contains, and it'll filter just down to those sections. This is helpful for project creation from within Builder. A lot of people just dump it to Excel and they're used to creating pivot tables and do their work in Excel, but if you actually want to just work directly from within the Builder site, these filters, and you hit the description title on the top and it'll resort alphabetically by description. You can hit the cost button and it'll tell you, oh, this is the most expensive work item in your entire site. The cost filter is really nice to be able to find those wonky sections. That $50 million fire suppression thing would show up on a work item. You're like, I don't really believe I have a $50 million work item for fire suppression. Let me look into that. All right, I'm back. So, And in that detail view, your score, here where it says 0, that's where your priority score is saved. All right. So, it is a lot of knobs and buttons to press to be able to get out a reasonable set of work items from your inventory and then be able to generate a 10-year plan, do some analysis on this. There's a lot of past materials and videos of just this training. So dig in there or reach out to somebody that's been there, done that for a long time. The one thing that I'll say is I've been doing training for 10 years, and I don't know if I'm a bad trainer or not, but I've never left a room after 3 days, been like, all right, Kurt, we'll never need you again. It's one of those things that nobody wants to jump in and do themselves. The nice thing about having your own site to play with, though, feel free to do so, especially if you're in a large organization like the Army that has, extremely diverse, buildings and needs. Try to create your own little scenario, run your own reports with your own standards, and then talk to leadership and say, hey, I think this would be more appropriate for what we're trying to accomplish. Is there any way that we can incorporate any of these standards and policies into the overall Army standards and policies? I think anybody who's willing to play has a voice to be able to contribute to the conversation. Most of the times, people just accept what they're given without ever understanding why or where that came from. All right. So, half an hour. Want to get it one quick repeat of the metrics of FCI and BCI. It would be amazing to know that people that have been in this community for as many years oftentimes still have some elements of confusion comparing the two. And I've heard conversations of, the DoD may do a total shift away from FCI and adopt BCI as the primary planning metric. And so when these type of conversations come into place, I think it's important when one software is changing how those numbers are created, let's get that deep into our psyche. Let's be able to talk about it quickly. So, your condition index is a pure assessment of risk. How likely is it that that thing fails? What is its condition? It is not a percentage of life. It is just a CI that is saying this is where it is in its life cycle. 50% through its life cycle, it's not going to be at a CI of 50, right? So, your condition index, in some of the reports and in Builder, you might see it abbreviated as CSCI, is your component section condition index. Rolls up to the building component condition index, which rolls up to the system condition index, to the building, to the site, and finally the org CI. So, your section, sometimes we group. Let's say we have 2 glazed doors. We did the inventory and inspection. We know that this is something with a 40-year design life. It has a condition index today, because I marked it mid-green, at a 95. That is your condition index for your section, your CSCI. But it doesn't just stop at the doors, so let's go up to that building component. So if we include our roll-up doors and our exterior doors, we now have a couple of sections. We have your roll-up doors, or their overhead, the condition index of 85, and our glazed doors still have that CI of 95. Builder will create that building component condition index as a weighted sum of each section within that component. So, for those that love the math, I know there's not many of us, but that weighted average is like the rolling up doors are an order of magnitude more expensive than the glazed doors. So while we have 2 sections, one at an 85, one at a 95, our overall building component is still only an 86 because of that cost weight. Within the exterior envelope, we're or exterior enclosure, we don't just have doors. We have walls and we have windows. Some of those things are very expensive. So it's going to naturally impact your system condition index score. So we already figured out how to create the component and section index. So if we have a walls CI of 97, it's a fairly good building, looks fairly modern. Long life, we've got windows with a 93, and our doors down there at an 86 because somebody ran into our overhead doors. Well, now we have an overall system condition index of 95. Those exterior walls and windows created cost and lifted up that system cost. So now you might think, my system for my exterior envelope is at a 95. I don't need to do anything. But if the reason that the overhead doors are down at an 86 is because somebody ran into one of them, you might still have work. So separate from yourself work needs and condition overall when you're rolling it up. You can have a building with a very high BCI, but still have a very critical thing that needs work within it. So you can still have dollars that are very valid and reasonable asked for. All right, your building condition index, which is what most people are looking at when they look at the builder metrics, combines all of the uniformats, your roof, your exterior enclosure, your HVAC, your finishes, your electrical, your conveying, your stairs, you name it, all of the uniformat systems that are in your scope of work and in your instance are rolled up to an overall building score. So, things with long lives, like your foundations and your superstructure, are going to have a high score. Things with lower condition, maybe there's some damage or they're just short life cycle elements like finishes, they're going to pull your score down. So, in this example, our overall building condition index is in an 84. This is just a point in time. This is today. One of the problematic things is that people are used to at old FCA, they got a folder, a binder of data. They said, you are this. You need this for money. You put it on the shelf, and every time you check that binder for the next 3 years, it always says, this is your score, this is your needs. Builder, every morning that you drop in, and I'm sure you log into Builder every day because just excited to get into that interface, your scores are going to be worse. Time has happened. So you're going to find that your reporting to leadership, you might want to rally around key milestones or run reports that extend things to the end of the year. Otherwise, they're going to continually get, hey, can you update that thing that you sent me last week? You send them an update and the numbers are slightly different. Like, did you re-inspect anything? Nope. Did anything get fixed? Nope. Just time happened. It makes leadership a little edgy. So you might want to say, always extend things to the end of the year. This is how we will look as of September 29th. This is how we will look, whatever your calendar year relies on. So, BCI. Beaten into your brains, you've got it? Congratulations. You're in a small minority of the builder community. All right. When you spend money, when you do a renovation, you'll find that you have, oh, can we get a...
Is there a mechanism within Builder to roll BCIs forward to a specific date?
The scenario engine will do it.
Okay.
So if you pull up our scenario summary report, you see that based upon this, your scenario will show you your BCI by year. It's one of the reasons that the reports are nice, because you can look at the data. If you say, I am constrained by $0, which means nothing gets fixed, it's a good alternate case for reporting. I think the unconstrained scenarios are nice because it says only work items show up once, it's magically done, and then we just look at what kind of no longer meets our expectations over time. If you say, I'm constrained by $0, every work item will show up every year, and that last year, if you just pull your last year ask, that's the total cost of work items with all the years of inflation. And your BCIs will show nothing getting done. So constrained by $0 is a very friendly way to look at the data. One is the best case scenario, the other is the worst.
Kurt, I've got a question from the live chat.
Yeah.
Can you go over work items and rolling over to different fiscal years?
Oh, okay. Yes. How much time do I have? All right. Every scenario that you run, it always looks forward. So as of October 1, when you log in and run a scenario, it says FY23, look out 10 years, and have a good forward-looking plan. If the previous years you've been working in your work plan items and saying things are in progress or funded, but not yet complete, but it's just starting to get that way, so you've actually worked in your work plan to keep it up to date with what's happening. As soon as October run comes and you say run a scenario, those are all gone out of it, builder's memory, because it always looks from now forward. So that is in the scenario. There's that work carryover tab that I told you to ignore. You can say carry over work statuses from FY22 into FY23, then use that moving forward to build your plan. It is challenging to make sure that all your work item statuses roll over and stay managed throughout your fiscal year changeovers, because Builder really is I just want to look forward. This is why you delete sections that are no longer asking for money, that you don't deactivate. It's just give me my plan from now forward. Previous fiscal years, it has a hard time considering. Hopefully that answered the question for YouTubers. So when you spend money and you renovate, you will always get some sort of a BCI bump because you've replaced sections. Note of caution, replacing an 80 CI chiller with a 100 CI chiller is going to give you a small bump in condition index because it's only 20 points better. Replacing a 20 CI chiller with a 100 CI chiller is going to give you a much better show for your spend. So your average CIs will go up when you spend money, always, as long as it's Builder and you've told Builder about it, but it's not necessarily always going to be as dramatic of a bump that you might expect. Replacing good stuff with better stuff, you'll barely see a blip. It has to be failing or failed to really see a dramatic spike and a new trend line created. The bigger the building, the harder it is to recognize the CI improvement. FCI, or Facility Condition Index, is a completely different measure. This is where you're saying, what is my ratio of identified work, used to be deferred work, as a ratio to my plant replacement value, the CRV or PRV, 1 minus times 100 to get to a 1 to 100 score. This is the same FCI that's been around for decades, but the way that we get the identified work has changed. That yellow highlight used to be generated from people walking around with a clipboard and finding all your problems, saying it's going to cost this much. That would go in the numerator, divide by your PRV, and you'd have your FCI. Now you have Builder coming in to say, we're going to use standards and policies to generate all of our identified work, and that's going to populate FCI. Same general method, different way to get there. Your plant replacement cost must be reasonable for this to work. We're going to have a special breakout session to talk about that during the main area because PRV is something that people talk about and they need help with. And some people have worked really hard to get a good PRV, just because just looking at building use category or type and then multiplying it times another dollar per foot didn't work. So this has to be reasonable. Your identified work now through Builder is a repeatable process of completely auditable. Why does that roof show up for work? Well, it showed up because we looked at it last June. It was assessed as a red. We looked at our standards. Standard says red roofs must be worked on. Therefore, it was this cost per foot based upon an inflation rate. You could draw the lines from everything. There is no mysteries in Builder, just lack of understanding. The entire database is open and available for you to look at. If you wanted to, you could read all of the Searles research and patents on how the life cycle curve was created. The Weibull distribution, everything is available to you. This is not a commercial solution. So if there is that person in the room that wants to know how do you come up with a repair cost, I can give you the equation. It's long and it's ugly, but it does exist. So for Builder to come up with that dollar amount of how much money do I need to spend, it's saying how many years of remaining service life, did I fail my standards, then put it in that list. One note of caution on when you spend money. If you replace something in your facility that Builder did not identify as needing work because it didn't fail your standards, you will get 0 FCI improvement. This can be frustrating. You spend $13 million upgrading your HVAC to get it much more efficient, and your FCI is completely unchanged because none of the old HVAC items were on your work plan. You're replacing good with better, and it's getting a BCI improvement because it's from a 70 to 100 and spending a lot of money, but it didn't show up on your work plan, it didn't fail your standards, therefore it is not going to give you a demonstrable FCI improvement because it's only work items that show up on your work plan that is calculated in your FCI. So this is important. When you're spending money, make sure something has an element to show back for a measurable performance for leadership. That traceability is enjoyable. The cost. We've had an exciting couple of years. Your costs have gotten dramatically better. It's been, something that's been a huge investment and a pain point for me for a lot of years, so congratulations. But Builder's costs are still not real cost. That FCI calculation here of identified work cost is only based upon what RS Means thinks based upon that quantity in that space of that area cost factor. So it's a good starting point. It's an order of magnitude, but what if you need to completely block off traffic for 15 days and you need to have 13 people manning 2 lights and you need to have security and you need to have a crane and then you need to move 2,000 people to work in another facility while you do that work? Is Builder going to have any of those costs? No. It just says change a package unit. So the identified work improvement FCI bump that you see after spending money is only going to give you as much of an improvement as Builder thinks you should have spent. If it thinks it's a $10 million project and it's actually a $50 million project, you get a $10 million bump in your FCI, not that 50. And in general, don't expect large improvements. This is where managing expectations comes into play. Know that your buildings are going to continue to get worse. It's natural, it's normal. Ask anybody that looks in the mirror, you can work out, you can eat right. 5 years later, you're still going to be like, oh, crap. Can we have a mic?
So I was just wondering, is there a way to get as close as possible to that real number, on a project? I know that the things typically, don't estimate contractor should, there are things in there that we had not, but can you do or something to make it kind of close enough?
Yes. So we haven't talked too much about the costing specifically. If you ever want to know what Builder is using as their foundational cost, you can look in the interface and say, hey, when I look at my electrical equipment, if it's a main transformer, and again, this is just a demo site, this is not real numbers, but it's saying it's $61.56 per kVA. That's your baseline number for that work item times its quantity. But that's not where it stops. You have the ability to add specific multipliers. Anybody that's worked on a historic building knows that there is nothing cheap when it comes to working on the outside of a historic building. So you can actually tell Builder, this is a historic facility, and then you can go in and say, everything within my exterior envelope has a 2x multiplier. And you can change that and say, this is a factor that I want to apply to my work to make it more reasonable to my costs. If you have to deal with high security elements, and it's something that everything in that building has to deal with, you can actually say there's a factor of another 20% for any high security buildings. They have to do a background check, there's a restricted number of contractors that I can use, and when that happens, they're always more expensive. Shocking. So, you have these specific multipliers, and then you have a general multiplier, where you can say, for our organization, we are the NSA. Just kidding, guys. For us to do work, it requires a factor of 5x. If it costs you $2 a foot to lay carpet, it costs us 10. Just for the cost of doing business. And that's across the board. So you have a lot of the headquarters things to play with. And then each site also has an area cost factor. Hawaii and Guam are going to give you different price costs for building a facility than you are going to get in Alabama, Georgia, or DC. So, site factors, you also have an inflation table that you can adjust, and building by building specific multipliers. As long as you have traceability as to how that was set and the justification behind so, it's defendable. The one question you don't want to have that stumbling moment is, where did these numbers come from? You want to have a very clear, scripted response. And if they say, hey, how did you come up with that inflation factor that seems high? Well, sir, ma'am, this is how we did it. However it is, make sure that it's thoughtful and documented. So, I often, as a general convention, lead to people, talk to my wife. When I talk about things, I try to find holes in logic, and anybody that loves one thing or the other, my natural reaction is just to go attack that thing. If you love BCI, I'm going to show you why it's dumb. If you love FCI, I'm going to show you why it's dumb. That's my natural antagonistic perspective. Challenge people's conventions and make sure that they know what they're talking about. But no one metric, I think, really serves all the needs. As we talked about earlier with BCI, if you don't include age in your considerations, you're going to likely miss out on something that's really important that needs to be addressed just because the building's new. Or you might find an older facility flagging as a failed building just because it happens to be older. So, take into consideration the age, take into consideration the mission, your functionality index if you have it, your utilization, your needs, and all of these fit in their roles if you know what is it actually saying. If you think that one thing means something else, then you can't use one of these metrics to help you out with your planning. So, this is a lot to absorb in one day. I appreciate the faces that I know in the room and have been through this training. I got a lot of nods, and like I've heard this from you, Kurt, a dozen times. For those that are new, I know I went through this fast. This is typically a 3-day course just to get into Builder, or as a project manager that's trying to run reports, or as an assessor that's trying to get out in the field. And that's before the calibration and the on-site training. So this is not all-encompassing. But the one advantage I will give you is that this is a federally developed program. And many of the agencies that have paid for the training to be developed have also opted to have that be made public on the Searle website. So USACE has training resources. If you go to the sms.erdic.dren.mil site, scroll down to the bottom, go to the Builder training materials. If you have a .mil, you can, or .edu, or if there's some others, or .gov, you can log in and self-register. If you don't have your email address able to register, you can actually just send an email to buildersupport@USACE, and they will add you. There's a lot of training materials that are available to non-registered people, and there's more that are available to just any guest that wants to walk in and look at Builder. There's a lot in there. I didn't want to go to too much, but the Builder 3 training is probably the most involved. It's 5 hours and 30 minutes of pre-scripted videos. So I will say, have a cup of coffee handy. If you think that it's hard to stay awake while I'm actually in front of you making eye contact, think of it if it's the screen just droning on about, all right, to check out a bread file. But the material is solid. It's been written and scripted by the people that wrote the software. So it is from their view. Be mindful that this is from the developers of the tools, not necessarily the users of the tools, but it's still very accurate. So block your pop-ups to make it work. The content always breaks down and follows 2 different flows. You have your lesson, which is PowerPoint slides, some of which you'll find material very similar to what I shared, usually about 5-10 minutes, and then they'll stop and they'll do a demo video. So if it's like, how to add a building, you'll see 3 different slides. This is the things you think about, and then pause. All right, now let's do that in Builder. All right, now let's do a distress survey. So bouncing back and forth between lessons and videos for a full day. The breakdown for training comes to, like I said, about 5 hours. In Bread, you have only a 6-minute lesson and a 55-minute video. If you are trying to get used to how to work with Bread, how to run reports, how to add photos, it's a great resource, and it just takes you down every one of the buttons. It's much more methodical. There is no way that I could actually come in here and show you what every button does and actually still give you some of the high-level considerations to keep in mind. Anything?
Is it on demand? Is it on demand?
Yes. Yes, this is not a classroom training. This is just computer training that they actually run Moodle, and you can see the videos, and even if you log out and log back in, it shows you how far you've gotten, and you can finish later. Not on this. It's doing the website thing that, secretly knows. Don't you love that? There are, if you are Army specific, there's some great videos for Army reassessment training that talks about this is how you come up for and assess things specific to the Army guidance, which I think is now 800 pages. Sometimes it's hard to keep, 600 pages, sorry. Sometimes it's hard to keep that on the top of your mind. So some video tutorials, and again, it's, roughly 3 hours of content, system by system that breaks down, all right, when you're in the basement, this is what to look for. And there's video, when you're on the roof, this is what to look for, this is how to think about your inspections. Here's your safety concerns. Don't walk to the edge. little things like that. Yeah, 3 hours on-location video shoots. This is your opportunity to get to meet Paul, the person that would love to be here but cannot because I wouldn't let him. But you have no prerequisites. You can actually just go in there and watch it raw. Those same videos are also, able to be shared. You don't necessarily need to be directly in the training to share that link with another person on the team. Yeah, each system is roughly 4 to 11 minutes long in their description. Not everything is as complicated as the other, so when we think of how we break down how to do an inventory and assessment using the Army guidance, HVAC is going to take twice as long as fire protection. You have all sat through training. We're going to send you a survey at the end of the summit to say, hey, what did you think of this? Anybody that was signed up for the training portion will also get a certificate of that time that you've been in. You've had the ability to log in. Some of you have actually logged in and played. So if this is helpful for your continuing education, then it's another 8 hours of training that will be provided as a certificate of completion. So I know we're a little bit early, but I feel like it's getting to that point of maximum content. Maybe. But I'm still up here, and so we're opening up the lobby. Feel free to come on up, ask a question. Really, I think we're going to have more engaging dialogues when you actually have people in the room at the front that are going through this stuff day in and day out. We're going to talk about individual items like PRV or like costs, and we're going to say, all right, what are you doing? How are you fixing this problem? What have you seen? What tools are you using? So this was the foundational baseline. You'll see a lot less of me throughout the rest of the 2 days, but thank you again for your attention.